Chapter 208 Gathering. Within the Great Shear City. At the temporary military camp. The Thiege Crocodile army had already returned to the Great Shear City. More than 500,000 mechs under Jiang Li's control were all gathered in the temporary camp. MMYQ-02, MMYQ-03, step forward. Jiang Li said. Boon. Boon. The ground shook slightly. Two tall and strong mechanical mammoth rangers came to Jiang Li and saluted him. Yes, I've advanced. Buzz. Okay. Jiang Li nodded and opened the Dominator panel. He used 56,000 energy points to upgrade the two mechanical mammoth rangers to the perfected stage of level 2. Continue. Soon after, Jiang Li used 4 more level 3 soul tinders and 40,000 energy points to upgrade the two mechanical mammoth rangers to level 3 and become psionic mammoth rangers. Roar. Instantly. After the upgrade, the psionic mammoth soldier roared a few times. Again. Finally, Jiang Li used 56,000 energy points to upgrade the two mammoth rangers to the perfected level of level 3. The mechs glowed white. The upgrade was completed in a few seconds. All right, he said. Jiang Li looked at the two psionic mammoth mechs in satisfaction and nodded. This way. Jiang Li now had 4 elite units at the perfected stage of level 3. Every one of them possessed extremely powerful combat strength. When they unleashed their full strength, their combat strength was close to the 4th rank. However, Jiang Li's level 3 soul tinder was also used up. Now, it's time to meet the commanders of those human armies. Let's go, Jiang Li said to himself. He left the temporary military camp with YNSH-01, LT-01, and a few other mechs and walked to the city gate. Not long after, Jiang Li arrived at the city gate. My king. Greetings, my king. Your Highness. After Jiang Li arrived, he slowly walked up the stairs and onto the city wall. Everyone around him bowed to Jiang Li respectfully. Their eyes were filled with respect and fanaticism. Han Liki, Hong Qianqi, Xu Wei, and Pan Kuei greeted him respectfully. Yes. Jiang Li nodded in response. Jiang Li stood on the city wall. He looked down and saw nearly 600,000 human soldiers. They were densely packed and had a strong aura. Of course, compared to Jiang Li's mech army, the difference was a little big. After all, Jiang Li's mechs were all at the perfected stage of level 1. On the other hand, more than 90% of the human soldiers were peak stage elementary level. It was because of this gap that Jiang Li was able to occupy 10 counties in such a short time and get a lot of resources and spoils. Speaking of this, Jiang Li only converted spiritual crystals and spiritual herbs into energy points. He still had a lot of real money, equipment, weapons, and materials. All these things were piled up in the Great Shear City. Xu Wei and the others hadn't finished sorting out and counting the data yet. It could be said that, if any power could take down the Great Shear City, the wealth they would obtain would probably be comparable to that of a country. I am Luo Ming from Jinwen County. I have led 40,000 soldiers from Jinwen County to listen to your orders. Please give me your orders. We will go through fire and water without hesitation. At this moment, below the city wall, Jiang Li. Luo Ming, who was wearing green armor, jumped off the horse, knelt down to Jiang Li, and shouted. Yes. Okay. Jiang Li glanced at it and nodded. Speaking of this, a large portion of the human army in Jinwen County had been wiped out by the Emperor Crocodile army. Luo Ming had put in a lot of effort to gather 40,000 soldiers. He sized up Prince Jin's army. It was not bad, at least they were not just there to make up the numbers. I, Jin Muru of the Magic Cauldron County, lead 100,000 soldiers of the Magic Cauldron County to pay my respects to the Commandu Prince. I'm at your disposal. Jiang Li. Jin Muru of the Magic Cauldron County also knelt down and shouted. Feng Wuqian of Fallen Phoenix County, leading 50,000 Baiyan. Jiyu Shanhe from Shanhe County, GEGE. They came from 9 counties. There were 9 human army commanders in total. There were many from Chaonan County, Cao Pipe from Chanfeng County, Shenbao from Divine Crane County, Shanlin from Yuehe County, and Wuyong from Lingjue County. 9 commanders. They all knelt down to Jiang Li in an orderly manner. We pay our respects to the Zhengwang. Immediately after, the 600,000 human soldiers outside the city wall knelt down and saluted Jiang Li. It was quite a shocking scene. Gulp. In the surroundings, the sound of people swallowing their saliva could be heard. Hu Dong, Wu Zun, Pan Kuei, Xu Wei, and the others had never seen such a scene before. It was a 600,000-strong army of the human race, and they were all kneeling in front of Jiang Li. Unknowingly, Jiang Li was walking further and further away, but they still felt like they were in the same place. They couldn't catch up with Jiang Li anymore. Perhaps. Not long after, they could only look up at Jiang Li's back. It became a part of Jiang Li's journey. Finally, they were the Great Xia army led by Luo Qianshui and Luo Yilin. There were about 50,000 soldiers in the Great Xia province's army, 20,000 of which were from the Luo Qianshui city's army. The other 30,000 were Guo Yi and Qian Pingwang's troops. However, the 3 armies formed a legion with Luo Qianshui as the commander-in-chief, Luo Yilin as the military counselor, and Qian Pingwang and Guo Yi as the commanders. Qian Pingwang and Guo Yi were very convinced that Luo Qianshui would be the commander-in-chief because they knew that Luo Qianshui's strength and means were fully qualified. However, they were a little dissatisfied with letting Luo Yilin be the military counselor, but they didn't show it. Yes. Jiang Li glanced at the soldiers and nodded calmly in response. Jiang Li's mech army of 500,000 was stationed in the temporary camp. Most of the Great Xia city had been occupied by the temporary military camp. Furthermore, the residents of the city had no complaints, because they were all very clear that only with a powerful army, powerful soldiers, and powerful strength would the Great Xia city be safer and their lives be guaranteed. This time, I've gathered all of you here to make an announcement, Jiang Li said in a deep voice. Please give your orders, my lord. Luo Ming shouted. Your subordinates will definitely do their best. It is. All the commanders agreed. All right, he said. Yes. Jiang Li smiled and said, I'm going to send out all my troops to attack the Red Eyebrows Shifter Kingdom. We'll invade their territory, occupy the Red Eyebrows Shifter Kingdom, and establish the Xia dynasty. We'll set off now. What? Invade the Red-Browed Demon Kingdom in Xuanji. Sci-Fi. Zheng Wang, please think twice. That's the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom, a kingdom. The king of the Demon Kingdom, Red Eyebrows, is a 4th-level demon king. He has the combat power of a National Guardian level, and his bloodline has been awakened. He can transform into a demon. I can't. Instantly. What? Luo Ming and the others were all shocked. They didn't expect Jiang Li to be so bold. He even wanted to invade the Red Eyebrow Empire. It was simply crazy. One had to know. The Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom had been established for so many years, but it still stood strong. It could be seen that the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom had great power. How could it be so easy to invade? So, in Luo Ming's eyes, Jiang Li's idea was too dangerous. He was going to the Red Eyebrow Empire to die. With their small number of troops, they would not be able to stay in the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom for more than a few days before they were completely annihilated by the troops dispatched by the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom. Jiang Li's face turned cold. He looked at the commanders who were still talking and said, didn't you just say that you were willing to go through fire and water for this Zheng Wang? What's wrong? You're already afraid now. My lord. Xu Juo from Chaoyan County immediately said, it's not that I'm disloyal, nor that I'm afraid. It's just that your excellency's thoughts and actions are too obvious. How can we take down the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom with our small army? This is completely unrealistic. Sir, please think twice before you act. You can't fall into a situation beyond redemption because of a moment of impulse. If that happens, your life will be in danger. You're right, Commander Xu. Sir, please take back your order, Ji Yushanhe also nodded. My lord. My lord, please withdraw your order. Your Excellency, you can't attack the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom. I think that the Great Chen dynasty is in a period of turmoil. Moreover, there is news from the capital that the 3 rebel armies have launched a general attack on the capital. We can take advantage of the chaos in the capital and reap some benefits. There is no need to take the risk to attack the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom. My lord. Immediately. Other than Luo Chanshui and the other commanders all tried to persuade him. Who tilde. Jiangli let out a long breath. You've disappointed me. No. Jiangli shook his head. Besides, I don't like people who disobey my orders. The only thing you can do is to follow my orders and my arrangements. LT-01, do it. Jiangli said. Yes. Catcher. Kill. Purple lightning flashed. LT-01 turned into a purple lightning and disappeared from Jiangli's side. He charged at the commanders below. Phut. Blood splattered everywhere. Stop. Many of the people who were the first to disobey Jiangli's order had their hearts crushed by LT-01. They didn't even have time to react. He was dead. Their bodies had turned into black charcoal. The entire place fell silent. This Bayan. The other commanders looked at the corpses in fear. He was killed by Dao Wu. Shu Juojua was killed by Jiangli just like that. This was too ruthless. Come back. Jiangli said. Yes. Shua. The LT-0 returned to Jiangli's side. The army of Chaoyang County can have a new commander. Yes, the deputy commander will be in charge for the time being. The military counselor will do as well. If it really doesn't work, the commander will do as well. You can decide on your own. I only want results. Jiangli said. Yes. The deputy commander-in-chief of the Chaoyang County Army, Mo Kei, gulped and immediately knelt on the ground. Your subordinate, Deputy Commander-in-Chief Mo Kei, is grateful for your promotion, Your Highness. You are the commander-in-chief now. Jiangli said. Yes. Mo Kei replied. So, do any of you have a different opinion? Jiangli asked again. This subordinate will do as you command. We accept your orders. There's no more Yin Luo, there's no more Yin Luo. The Magic Cauldron Commandery Army is willing to be the vanguard. All the commanders replied with trembling voices. Luo Min even shouted loudly. Oh. Jiangli raised his eyebrows. Commander Luo Min, you are very brave. Since the Magic Cauldron Commandery Army is willing to be the vanguard, I'm willing to fulfill your wish. Let them be the vanguard. Ah, my Yin Luo. Luo Ming's eyes widened and he was dumbfounded. He was shocked just now and wanted to show his loyalty immediately. That was why he said those words in a hurry. He didn't expect this. I'm fine. Jiangli really appointed him as the vanguard. Chapter 209 The Invasion. As Qianqian commands. Jiangli. Luo Min was extremely unwilling and regretful, but he could only pretend to be very excited and respond loudly to Jiangli. He was afraid that Jiangli would kill him as an example. If he had known, he wouldn't have said that. He was filled with regret. Open the city gates. Jiangli said. Yes. Hong Qianqian nodded and signaled the soldiers at the gate. Rumble. The huge city gate of the Great Xia City was slowly pushed open. Ta-ta-ta-da. Immediately after, the sound of orderly footsteps came from the city. Because there were too many of them and the footsteps were uniform, the ground shook with the sound of the footsteps. Rumble. After that, there was also the roar of a car engine. It was like a deep and heavy thunder. Not long after, it was an army of mechs in camouflaged military uniforms. They were determined, expressionless, and cold. They were well-equipped and had an imposing aura. Just like that, he slowly appeared in front of everyone. They formed a neat military formation. An army of more than 500,000 mechs. Everyone, move out. This time. Let's go. Jiangli sent out all the soldiers. He didn't leave a single mech in the city. He even decided to go with the mech army and command the battle himself. Obviously, Jiang Li was ready to take the risk. He was going to use all his strength. He had to take down the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom. To tell the truth, Jiang Li was going to invade the Red Eyebrow Empire. He was going to face the entire army of the empire. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel any pressure. And the pressure was not small. In reality, the analysis of the commanders of the 9 counties was not completely unreasonable. The Red Eyebrows Fey Kingdom was not weak. How could it be so easy to conquer? Even the 600,000 human soldiers were not enough for the Red Eyebrows Fey Kingdom to eat. One had to know. It was a fact that the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom had a level 4 National Guardian level combat power. Jiang Li couldn't predict how powerful level 4 was. But the commanders of the 9 counties didn't know that Jiang Li had more than 500,000 matches, let alone more than 150 perfected stage level 3 matches. Furthermore, Jiang Li could also use battles to gain resources and convert them into energy points. And there was one more important point. The current situation. Jiang Li had to take the initiative and occupy the county city of the Red Eyebrow Empire as soon as possible. Then, he would plunder a lot of resources. This was the only way. Only then could Jiang Li grow quickly. Otherwise, not to mention the fact that the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom would attack them if they couldn't pass through, as long as there was a winner between the Qian dynasty and the Wuzhu subleague of the Half-Monster Alliance, Jiang Li would face the war of the winner no matter which side won. The Wuzhu subleague might be able to find a way to deal with it. However, if the Great Qian dynasty won, there would be no chance of peace. The border countries around the Great Qian dynasty were probably also eyeing them covetously. They are the powerful army of the regional king. Luo Ming's eyes immediately widened as he stared at it. He felt the power coming at him, making his face pale and his scalp numb. His expression was one of awe. Sigh. The sounds of the human soldiers gasping could be heard from the surroundings. This number is at least 500,000. Jin Muyan swallowed his saliva and said to himself, if I remember correctly, Jiang Li's army doesn't have that many soldiers. Yep. Feng Wuqian nodded. It should be around 300,000. Ji Yushana mumbled, but now it's already 500,000. It increased by 200,000. If that's the case, then with our 600,000 troops, doesn't that mean that we have 1 million soldiers? Cao Pipei said in shock. An army of 1 million? No wonder the Commandu Prince of Jiangli dared to attack the Red Eyebrow Yao Kingdom. But Wufu, even if we have 1 million troops, we can't set up a stage 3 formation at all. We can't unleash the true power of 1 million troops. On the other hand, the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom definitely has a stage 3 army formation and a stage 4 Demon King. No matter how I think about it, I really can't see any hope of victory. Aye. Although the commanders were shocked by Jiang Li's army, they still didn't see any hope of victory. In reality, if Jiang Li hadn't suppressed them with his mech army, these commanders would have run away with their soldiers. Why would he continue to stay here? They were very clear. If they didn't attack the Red Eyebrow Empire with Jiang Li, they would be suppressed by his army. There might still be a chance of survival. So, they could only accept their fate. Jiang Li brought the human troops because he wanted them to be of some use. At least, they could help the mech army. They could be cannon fodder, bait, and meat shields. Otherwise, if it was useless, then what was the point of keeping it? He might as well kill the Soul Tinder and unlock more mech units for Jiang Li. Hong Qianche, Han Liki, Shu Wei, your mission is to defend the Great Xia City. Jiang Li said. Yes. Hong Qianche nodded. Yes, sir. Han Liki cupped his hands and bowed. Your Highness, Shu Wei is waiting for the news of your triumphant return in the Great Xia City. Shu Wei said. Yes. Okay. Jiang Li smiled. Triumphantly returned. That's right. He had to return triumphantly. Soon after, Jiang Li jumped off the city wall, walked to YS-01, and sat in the passenger seat. Get in the car, the entire army will set off. Stop. Jiangli shouted. Yes. The Mech responded in unison and sat on the large military transport truck. Behind the large military transport truck was a fleet of artillery off-road vehicles and main battle tanks. Former Stage 2 Army formation. Buzz. The 10 human armies were grouped together, forming a 600,000-strong army. Then, they arranged themselves into a Grade 2 marching formation. Roar. The murderous military chi gathered and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth surrounded it. Finally, it formed a ferocious beast of the military formation. It was a huge black eagle that spread its wings and flew high. The Black-winged eagle. Stage 2 Army formation, Black-winged eagle army formation. This was a relatively common Stage 2 military formation. Not only the Great Shen dynasty, but the armies of the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom, Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom, and other kingdoms also had this kind of military formation. Because the Jinwen County Army led by Luo Ming had been appointed as the vanguard, they marched at the forefront of the army and took the lead. Then, the troops from the other counties came. In order to prevent any soldiers from running away, Jiangli's mech army followed the 600,000 human soldiers. The army marched on. Time passed. Evening came. The sky was gradually turning dark. Jiangli led a 1,000,000-man army and attracted the attention of the villagers as he passed by. They had already arrived at the Green Mountain Range and began to cross the mountain range. Along the way, they encountered fierce beasts, but it didn't cause much of an impact. Soon, all the fierce beasts were annihilated. The night arrived. In the air, the moon was bright and cloudless. They could see countless stars shining in the night sky. Jiangli's army had entered the territory of the Red Eyebrow Empire. Lord, our first target is to occupy Yahuan County. ZH-03 suggested to Jiangli. What's your reason? Jiangli asked. First of all, Yahuan County is the closest to us. Furthermore, Yahuan County had sent many demon soldiers to assist Red Dragon County. The Crown Prince had also recruited 50,000 demon soldiers. Even the County Prince, Yi Huan, has fallen. That's why Yahuan County's strength has been greatly weakened. With our strength, we can take it down without any effort, ZH-03 said. On the way to Yahuan County, we will pass by the county city of Red Dragon County. Back then, the ruler had plundered the 5 demon cities of the Red Dragon County. Due to the lack of time, the only city left is the Red Dragon County. This time, I can make up for my regrets. Jiangli didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took out the map of the Red Eyebrow Empire and opened it. The Red Eyebrows Fey Kingdom was a neighboring country of the Great Shen dynasty. The two sides had been enemies for many years and had infiltrated each other. Naturally, there would be a map of the Red Eyebrows Fey Kingdom in the Great Shen dynasty. Jiangli had occupied 10 counties, so it was easy for him to get a map. Although it was not very detailed, it was enough. All right, he said. Okay. Jiangli nodded. He did not plan to attack the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom's capital directly. Instead, he planned to occupy the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom's county cities one by one and slowly devour them. Along the way, he would plunder resources and convert them into energy points. Of course, the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom would definitely send troops as soon as they received the news. So, before the final battle with the Red Eyebrows Fey Kingdom, Jiangli had to occupy as many county cities as possible and collect as many resources as possible. The first target will be Yahuan County. Jiangli said. Yes. ZH-03 nodded. Soon after, Jiangli gave the order. The direction of the army changed, and the entire army advanced in the direction of Yahuan County. Late at night, Jiangli's 1,000,000-strong army had arrived at the Red Dragon County. Stop, he said. Wait! Jiangli shouted. The army stopped marching. Right in front. It was about a few thousand meters away. The holographic camera of the holographic mech had flown into the sky and could capture the situation within 10 kilometers. It transmitted the images of the Red Dragon County. It formed a holographic projection. It was clearly presented in front of Jiangli. Ruler, it's not that I'm overconfident, but there's no need for us to think of a plan to attack the city. With the strength of our army, we can just push through a mere Red Dragon County city. ZH-03 said. You can't say that. However, ZH-02 said it's right to be more cautious. What if there's a demon army stationed in Red Dragon County? We can't just rush over like this. ZH-03 shrugged. Master, from the holographic mech's image, there are no more than 30,000 demon soldiers in Red Dragon County. They are still in shock. ZH-01 said. Yes. Yes. Jiangli nodded. Let's do it. We'll take down the city in half an hour. Yes. ZH-01 nodded. Attack. ZH-01 shouted. Brothers, charge with me. Luo Min gritted his teeth. He was the vanguard, so he had to lead the Jun army of Prince Jin to the forefront. He raised the broadsword in his hand, shouted, and led the charge. Charge. Kill him. Let's go. The other commanders looked back at Jiangli and led the human soldiers to attack the Red Dragon County. Boon. 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 The next moment, the artillery fired, directly blasting the city. The shells landed and explosions rang out. Flames shot into the sky and shrapnel flew everywhere. A large number of demon soldiers let out miserable shrieks. The bombardment of the mechanical artilleries caught the demon soldiers off guard. Chapter 210. On the city wall. The demon soldiers were dumbfounded when they saw the human army outside the city. Their faces were filled with fear and their bodies were trembling. They were densely packed. They were all human figures. They formed an unstoppable flood that surged towards the county capital of Red Dragon County. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Demon God above. Why are there so many human soldiers? We are finished. We are finished. The siege had already begun. An army of 1 million attacking a county city with only about 30,000 demon soldiers was like an adult bullying a child, and the adult was holding a big iron hammer. Even crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood was not enough to describe it. Boon. At this moment, YNSH-01 fired 2 psionic cannonballs from a distance. The pitch-black energy cannonballs streaked across the night sky and shattered the city gate of Red Dragon County from a few thousand meters away. The sky was filled with fragments. Boon. 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 The mechanical artilleries continued to bombard the city, and the sound of the explosions echoed throughout the entire city. Kill. Luo Ming shouted excitedly and was the first to rush into Red Dragon County. Kill. Ha 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 ha. Kill all these demons. Don't leave a single one. Immediately after, the troops from the county city entered the county city of Red Dragon County. It was a one-sided massacre. Demon soldiers were hacked to death and turned into corpses. Hegemon, it seems we don't need to do anything. ZH-03 said. Indeed. Okay. Jiangli nodded and said, but we still have to do it. Just kill the monsters above level 1. Leave the ones below level 1 to the human army. After all, I need the soul tinder. Understood. ZH-01 nodded. And that was indeed the case. With only 600,000 human soldiers, they could easily take down the county city of Red Dragon County, and they took it faster than Jiangli expected. In addition, the mech had also attacked. 10 minutes later, all 30,000 demon soldiers were killed. Just like that, Jiangli took over the Red Dragon County. Lock down the entire city. Jiangli said. Yes. Luo Ming and the others responded in unison. My lord, what about the demi-humans in the city? Ji Yushan, he asked. Immediately. Jiangli, the other commanders looked at Jiangli. Kill him. Jiangli said. Yes. Yes, sir. Ji Yushanha and the others looked at each other and nodded. They didn't feel any pressure killing the monsters and civilians. They just followed Jiangli's order. Half an hour later, all the resources in Red Dragon County had been plundered and stored in the county mansion. There were 500 lower spiritual crystals and a lot of herbs and spiritual herbs. There were also various spoils of war. As for real gold and silver, let's go. Jiangli distributed them to the human soldiers. The real gold and silver of each county city would be distributed equally, and the reward would be based on the contribution of killing the enemy. Basically, every soldier would receive a lot of silver. Thank you, Your Highness. The regional king is too generous. Yep. That's right. All the soldiers were extremely excited. One had to know. They didn't have this kind of treatment before. Even if they won a battle, they would only be rewarded. They were not like Jiangli, who directly distributed the real money of a county according to the contribution of killing enemies. To tell the truth, not only the soldiers, but Luo Min, Ji Yushanhe, and Feng Wuqian were also very surprised. Prince Jianli is really generous. Jin Muyan muttered to himself. That's right. Wu Yong nodded. He actually took out all the wealth of the county city and distributed the rewards according to the merits of killing the enemy. In front of the entire army, not a single tael of silver was left. Do you see the expressions on the soldiers' faces? They are all excited. Feng Wuqian said. Within the prefecture capital's government office, Jiangli converted all the 500 lower spiritual crystals and the herbs and spiritual herbs he got from the county capital of Red Dragon County. Buzz. A white light flashed. The lower spiritual crystals, herbs, and spiritual herbs were all gone. They were converted into energy points. Conversion successful. You've received 5 million energy points. Conversion successful. You've received 210,700 energy points. Conversion successful. You've received 750,100 energy points. 3 notifications appeared. He had obtained a total of 146,080 energy points. Not bad. Jiangli was overjoyed. The harvest from the Red Dragon County was much more than he expected. He had gained nearly 15 million energy points. That was already quite a lot. After all, it was only a county. After converting the energy points, Jiangli walked out of the mansion and saw the human soldiers burning, killing, and pillaging the county city. Jiangli didn't stop in. Because there was no need. The enmity between the two races was extremely deep and impossible to resolve. Demons eating humans and humans killing demons was a very normal thing in this world. All troops, gather. Jiangli looked at the sky. He didn't plan to rest in the Red Dragon County city. Instead, he was going to march to Yahuan County. He had no time to waste. Yes. Pass down my order, all troops are to gather. Hurry up. Stop flipping and gather. Hurry up. Hurry up. Soon after, Jiangli's order was passed down. 10 minutes later, the human troops of the 9 counties had gathered. As for Jiangli's mech army, they had already gathered and were sitting in the trucks. I think you've all received your own rewards. Jiangli looked up and glanced at the soldiers. His eyes were calm and he said slowly, I won't say any encouraging or bewitching words to you. However, there is one thing. As long as you take down a demon city, the real gold and silver will be equally distributed according to the number of enemies you kill and the amount of contribution. At the same time, as long as you make enough contributions and kill enough enemies other than real gold and silver, you will also be rewarded with medicinal pills, martial arts, and even promoted to officials. So, if you want to make a name for yourself, want glory and wealth, want to practice martial arts and become a strong man who can control your own fate, then go and fight. Fight on the battlefield, because the more enemies you kill, the higher your future achievements will be. The choice and decision are in your own hands. Let's go. Jiangli looked at the human soldiers after he finished. Real gold and silver, pills and cultivation techniques, and even official positions. Is this true? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? That's impossible. We are just ordinary soldiers. That's right. But don't we have so much silver in our hands now? You have the life to take it, but you don't have the life to spend it. The human race soldiers were discussing in low voices. Some were excited, some were apprehensive, some didn't believe it, and some were filled with fighting spirit. They were all different. Also, if you die in battle, I will send people to deliver everything you obtain on the battlefield to your family. Jiangli said. Great Qianqian, is what you said true? At this moment, one of the soldiers asked carefully. Yes. Jiangli didn't say much. He just nodded and replied with one word. Oh no. The soldier's eyes lit up and he nodded sullenly. I believe in you, sir. I also believe in you, sir. Since I've chosen to become a soldier, I should be prepared to die on the battlefield. Furthermore, the reward that my lord has given you is something I've never thought of. If I can kill 10 demon soldiers, I won't have to worry about anything for the rest of my life. That's right. Soon after, most of the soldiers were fired up. Of course, there were also a small number of soldiers and old foxes who didn't care. What achievements and real gold and silver were not as important as their own lives. It was only true that he was alive. If he died, he would have nothing. All right, he said. Jiangli nodded and didn't say anything else. In reality, what Jiangli said was true and he would keep his word. After all, if you want the horse to run, you have to let the horse eat its fill. If he didn't eat his fill, how would he have the strength to run? It was enough that he could use a few words, rewards, and temptations to boost the morale of most soldiers. Jiangli never thought that he could make these soldiers work for him sincerely. This was not realistic. It was fine as long as it could be of use. It was done casually. There was a difference between being forced and taking the initiative to do something. All troops set off immediately. Head for Yahuan County. Go. Jiangli ordered. Yes. The soldiers responded. Soon after, Jiangli walked to YS-01. He hadn't sat in the front seat yet. Chief Sovereign, we've discovered an enemy. QX-01 ran to Jiangli and projected a holographic image in front of him. There was a monster army clearly shown on the image. It's the demon race. Jiangli looked at the holographic image in front of him and observed it carefully. Yes, I am. Yes. QX-01 nodded and said, just now, this demon army entered a 10-kilometer range, so it was captured by the holographic camera. From the direction they are heading, they will soon pass by the Red Dragon County city. Furthermore, their destination should be the Great Xia County. All right, I got it. Jiangli called ZH-01 and the others over. Huh. It seems like something has happened. Didn't my lord just say that we were leaving? What's going on? Luo Ming and the others looked at each other. They saw Jiangli and ZH-01 walking into a special carriage. They seemed to be discussing something. His eyes were filled with doubt. Inside the YS-01 cockpit. What do you guys say? What do you think? Jiangli asked, wanting to hear the opinions of the three commanders. The three commanders looked at each other, and with a determined look in their eyes, they said in unison, we must exterminate them. I also want to. But there's a million of them, Jiangli said. They can obviously set up a level 3 formation. They are definitely the main force of the Red Eyebrow Empire. It's not an easy thing to destroy them. Do you have any good ideas? My lord, it is precisely because this army of demon soldiers is the main force of the Red Eyebrows Yara Kingdom that we need to destroy them all. Only then can we inflict heavy losses on the Red Eyebrows Yara Kingdom. ZH-03 said. Lord, we also have 1 million soldiers. We are not weaker than them in terms of numbers. With the mech army, we're even stronger than this demon army. We have a high chance of winning. The biggest problem is still the Type 3 army formation, ZH-02 analyzed. A Stage 2 army formation can block the bombardment of the artillery, let alone a Stage 3 army formation. With a Stage 3 army formation, even the artillery, firearm, and tank mechs can't do much damage. As long as we can break their Stage 3 formation, victory is within our grasp. Chapter 2:11 Killing. Late at night. In the night sky. Suddenly, the sky was filled with dark clouds. It blocked out the bright moon and stars, making the night even darker. About 10 li away from the county capital of Red Dragon County, there was a dense forest. The forest had no name. Although the area wasn't very large, it was still enough to hide 1 million soldiers. At this moment, Jiang Li's army was lying in ambush in the woods. They had already left the city. At the side of the forest, it was an extremely wide main road. The main road extended forward and connected to the main road of the county city of Red Dragon County. It was a path they had to take. If nothing unexpected happened, the million-strong demon army would definitely pass through the main road in front of the forest. In the forest, Jiang Li looked at the holographic projection and watched the million demon soldiers. They marched in the middle of the night. Even though they were in the Yarra Nation's territory, Chao Weiye still maintained his vigilance. He had already sent out a large number of scouts in front of the army. There were both Air Force scouts and infantry scouts. Great General, we're about to reach the provincial capital of Red Dragon County. Do we need to rest in the city? In the demon army? Kai Chanmai, the military counselor of Weiye, asked. No need. We don't have time to waste, Li Weiye said. We have to get to the Qian dynasty as soon as possible. This time, not only must we take down Jiang Li, but we must also take advantage of the time when the Wuzhu Sub-Alliance and the Imperial Court are both injured. This buy-in. What? Kai Chanmai was stunned. But General, His Majesty only ordered us to take Jiang Li down. He didn't say that we are going to participate in the fight between the Imperial Court and the Wuzhu Sub-Alliance. His Majesty didn't say anything, but that doesn't mean we can't do it. This is a once-in-lifetime opportunity, Li Weiye said in a deep voice. If we can destroy Wuzhu Sub-League and the Imperial Court of Dhen, our red-browed Fey Kingdom will definitely receive a reward from the Demon God Immortal Court and improve our national power. I believe that when the time comes, not only will His Majesty not blame us, but we will also be able to make unprecedented contributions. Yes, yes, yes. You're absolutely right, Grand General. That's right. This is a once-in-lifetime opportunity. It would be a pity to miss it. Even if Jiang Li has the so-called ancient puppetry technique, he's just a new force. He's just an empty shell and doesn't have a solid foundation. He's like a castle in the air that will fall at the first touch. With the general and our million troops, we can take him down easily. Yes, yes. Immediately. The vice-generals of Kuei Weiye and the other commanders all agreed. You're talking nonsense. Li Weiye snorted coldly and swept his cold gaze across the deputy generals and commanders. He berated them in a deep voice. Don't you know that arrogance and conceit are taboo in the military? Don't say such things again in the future. Yes. Great General, we have said the wrong thing. General, please calm your anger. All the demons said one after another. Sure. At this moment, a demonic sparrow flew over and landed in the hands of a deputy. The deputy immediately picked up the letter and quickly handed it to Li Weiye. Grand General, the 5th Infantry Scout Team has sent a message. The deputy general said. Give it to me. Li Weiye took it and read the message. He frowned and said in a deep voice, the smell of blood. Pass down my order immediately. All troops are on high alert and ready for battle. Great General, what's going on? What happened? All troops, be on guard. Instantly. The order was given. The entire army was on guard. Whoosh. Vaguely. The murderous military chi circulated, showing signs of forming an army formation. It's very likely that the county capital of Red Dragon County has been attacked. The captain of the 5th Scout Team, Dog Spirit, is a dog-headed monster. He also has the bloodline of a 3rd-stage spirit-sniffing dog, so his sense of smell is extremely sensitive, Li Weiye said. He smelled an extremely strong smell of blood from the direction of the county capital of Red Dragon County. This buy-in. Could it be that the county city of Red Dragon County has been attacked? Who could have done it? Demon bandits. Barbarian race. It can't be the humans, right? The deputy generals and commanders looked at each other and muttered to themselves. In front. In the air. There were many air scout squads patrolling in the sky. They were in front of the million-strong demon army, scouting the way for the demon army and investigating the enemy's situation. In the forest, Jiang Li's mech troop was well hidden. The human soldiers didn't even dare to breathe too hard. They were trying their best to hide their presence. He hadn't been discovered yet. On the other side, one of the small infantry scouting teams. It was the number 5 scout team led by Quan Ling. With a wave of his hand, the scout team stopped. Quan Ling then jumped up to the top of a tree and looked in the direction of the Red Dragon County city. He sniffed hard and his expression changed. The smell of blood. The dog spirit exclaimed inwardly, "It's indeed the smell of blood." And the smell was very strong. Something has happened in the county. In the sky, there were 3 holographic cameras floating in the air, controlled by 3 holographic mechs. At the same time, they activated their detection skills and discovered Naiwia's aerial and infantry scouts. It formed a holographic image and projected in front of Jiangli. "Chief Sovereign, we might have been discovered." ZH-01's pupils contracted. The demon army's formation has obviously changed. The military chi has gathered. They are clearly ready for battle. They are really cautious. They even sent a small team of scouts to lead the army in their own country. ZH-02 said. Jiangli was silent as he looked at the holographic screen. Obviously, no matter what the reason was, the demon army had indeed become alert and prepared for battle. According to their plan, they were going to hide in the forest and ambush the demon army when they passed by. The result? The plan could not keep up with the changes. Or rather, every plan and scheme might not necessarily succeed. All sorts of variables, as well as the enemy's intelligence and planning, would cause unpredictable variables to appear in the plans and strategies that were prepared in advance. It might even lead to failure. Since that's the case, then there's no need to wait. Let's do it directly. Start the battle. Stop. Jiangli shouted and gave a decisive order. Yes. Artillery position. Fire the cannons immediately. Boom. 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 The next moment, the artillery was the first to launch a long-range bombardment. There were 10,000 artilleries, 900 of which were perfected stage Type 2, and the rest were all at early stage Type 2. Tens of thousands of cannonballs were fired. Such a scene was extremely shocking. The cannonballs flew high into the sky and landed directly on the million-strong demon army not far away, leaving trails of smoke in the night sky. It's an enemy attack. Set up the formation. Prepare for battle. You're looking for death. Boom. Li Wei raised his head. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He jumped up and his body released a bright bloodline mist. Its might was torrential. Buzz. Whoosh. Roar. The next moment, behind him, a terrifying beast appeared. It looked like a tiger and had long black fur. It had a human-like face and 4 thick tiger legs. It had a wild bull-like mouth and fangs, an extremely long tail that looked like a python's whip. 4th rank bloodline. The Nightmare Beast. Beast roar. Boom. Kuei Wei shouted and used a demonic art. The Nightmare Beast behind him opened its bloody mouth and let out an earth-shaking roar. It could be clearly seen. The sound waves produced by the roar were almost tangible. They spread out in all directions, shaking the surroundings and producing an extremely powerful area of effect killing power. Bang, 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 bang. Immediately after, in the air, as the cannonballs exploded, they were like fireworks, creating a terrifying shockwave that shook the surroundings. More than half of the cannonballs were destroyed by Li Wuya's roar. In the forest, Luo Ming and the others were completely dumbfounded. This one and I. He's too strong. It's Kuei Wei. He was Chu Wei, the general of the red-browed Yao Kingdom. This million-strong demon army is actually personally led by Naiwei. We are dead, we are dead. Jin Miru and the others recognized Naiwei's identity and were instantly terrified. Kill. Boom. 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 The next moment, Kai Chanmai, Naiwei's deputy generals, and the other commanders all took action. Their figures rose into the air and suspended in the air. They conjured their bloodlines and shattered the remaining cannonballs. Jiangli didn't count. But currently, more than 10 level 3 demons had attacked. Of course, It was far less powerful than the match that Jiang Li had. One had to know. Jiang Li had more than 100 matched at the perfected stage of level 3. Army formation. Up. Whoosh. Li Weir and the rest took action and stopped the bombardment of the mechanical artilleries, giving the army behind them time to arrange their battle formation. A vast amount of military evil chi was gathering. A Grade 3 army formation was gradually forming. It contained a Grade 3 military formation based. An extremely terrifying aura was slowly brewing. Liquid metal mechs, exoskeleton armor mechs, cover the 4 elite troops. Stop! Jiang Li shouted. Yes. Sure. 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 In that instant, 100 liquid metal mechs and 10 exoskeleton armor mechs rushed out without any hesitation under Jiang Li's order. They charged towards the million-strong demon army. Behind them, the 3 psionic mammoth rangers and the psionic crocodile emperor ranger activated their skills and followed behind, advancing under the cover of the liquid metal mech and the exoskeleton armor mech. He ran, they ran. He just rushed over like that. That's a million-strong army. Luo Ming and the others widened their eyes. Activate exoskeleton armor. Catcher. Catcher. The 10 exoskeleton armor mechs activated their exoskeleton armor equipment at the same time. Their bodies glowed and in an instant, the exoskeleton armor that covered their bodies was put on. Whoosh. 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 The next moment, countless sharp arrows shot out from the million-strong demon army, covering the entire sky in an instant. They were densely packed and rained down like a storm. Fire! Fire! Da. The fire mechs and tank mechs fired with their machine guns. The fire from their muzzles formed a rain of bullets, knocking away the arrows. Most of the arrows were shot down. Clang, 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 clang. A small portion of the arrows hit the liquid metal mech, but they didn't cause any damage to it. The arrows that hit the bone armor mech were bounced off. Chapter 212. If I'm not wrong, this is Jiang Li's army. Nai Weir looked up and saw those special war weapons. He mumbled, because only Jiang Li's army has these weapons. Jiang Li, how do you invade the Red Eyebrows Fey Kingdom? I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word death. Kuei Weir's expression was dark and his killing intent was heavy. Throw the spear. Whoosh. 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 In the air, a large number of Air Force demons threw their javelins. Each javelin contained the power of their bloodline and had a strong penetrating power. Fire the anti-aircraft guns. Boon. 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 10,000 transport mechs meant 10,000 anti-aircraft guns. Among them, 900 were perfected Stage 2 transport mechs, so the anti-aircraft guns were more powerful. The anti-aircraft artillery shells rose into the air, hitting and shattering the javelins and exploded in the air, forming beautiful fireworks. Whoosh. 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 At the same time, in the demon army, the huge and hideous siege crossbows appeared and aimed at Jiang Li's army. They shot out arrows as thick as arms. It contained an extremely powerful force. Boon. 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 The tank mechs moved out and fired shells at the ballistae. The shells and arrows collided and exploded. The arrows were blown to pieces. Fire the arrows. Shoot the arrows. Attack with the crossbow. Set up the formation. Quickly set up the formation. Be careful. Buzz. 600,000 human warriors. Although Luo Ming and the rest were terrified as they did not expect to encounter the million-strong demon army led by Nai Weir, they quickly calmed down and got into formation. Very quickly, sharp arrows streaked across the sky, shooting towards the demon army. The crossbow arrows followed closely behind. However, the human army didn't have any flying units. He was at a disadvantage. Roar. At this moment, the Stage 3 formation of the demon army was completed and an earth-shaking roar resounded throughout the battlefield. It shook the spiritual energy of the entire battlefield, forming an indescribable and terrifying aura. Jiang Li couldn't help but look up and see the giant beast in the sky. A giant beast. This was a giant beast. It was huge. It was like a huge mountain peak containing an indescribable power. Its body had reached a height of 1,000 meters, which was extremely shocking. Powerful. It was extremely powerful. Jiangli couldn't help but hold his breath. He felt a strong sense of pressure and looked at the army beast in the sky. It was an ancient beast, a Taowu. That's right. Tiger body and human face. Its entire body was pitch black and it had an extremely long tail and a bloody mouth. Its forelimbs were thick and sharp and its claws were as sharp as a dragon's claws. It was slightly crouching as if it was accumulating strength. Grade 3 Army Formation. The Tadpole Formation. Attack. Let's go. Kuei-Wea looked at Jiangli's army coldly. He waved his right hand and the Bai-in beast in the air pounced forward. Kill. The million demon soldiers shouted in unison. Roar. The Bai-in beast raised its head and its eyes shone with a brilliant light. As if it had just woken up, it let out an earth-shaking roar. After that, he pounced forward. Boon. 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 It could be seen. The artillery, tank, fire, anti-aircraft, and even the rocket artillery from the mechanical ranges all fired at the enemy. Bai-in pounced forward with a 1,000-meter-long body. As he charged forward, he actually destroyed all the attacks. In the sky, tens of thousands of artillery shells exploded. It was hard to describe such a scene. It was an earth-shattering flame that was extremely dazzling. The shock waves of the explosion spread out and the entire battlefield was filled with a pungent smell of gunpowder. They were all blocked. Among the million-strong demon army, only a small number of demon soldiers screamed as they suffered the backlash from the army formation and died. This is the power of a Grade 3 army formation. It's nothing. Jiangli looked serious. 10,000 artillery soldiers, 10,000 tank mechs, 10,000 transport mechs, and more than 100,000 firearm mechs. All the attacks were blocked. Strong. It was extremely powerful. It could be said that Jiangli finally saw the power of a Stage 3 battle formation and how powerful a Stage 3 battle formation with a million soldiers was. In reality, without the Grade 3 army formation, the million-strong demon army led by Kuei-Wea was no match for Jiangli's mech army. But there were no IFS in reality. Jiangli knew from the beginning that they would have a level 3 battle formation. This battle was unavoidable. Furthermore, he had to win. He had to win. At this moment, the demon army started to fight back because the level 3 battle formation stopped the long-range bombardment of Jiangli's mechs and the arrows of the human army. That was why they could attack without any reservations. Hence, a large number of archers shot out arrows. The arrows fell from the sky and the air forces threw javelins. The arrows flew through the air and covered Jiangli's army. Block it. Block it. Activate the army formation. Luo Ming and the others roared. Roar. The 600,000-strong human army formed 5 Grade 2 battle formations. They formed 5 Grade 2 battle formation beasts, trying to block the demon army's attack. Boon. Boon. But under the command of Kuei-Wea, the battle formation beast tower pounced again and destroyed the 5 Stage 2 battle formation beasts, breaking the Stage 2 battle formation of the human army. The human soldiers cried out in pain. There were countless deaths and injuries. Phut. 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 Countless sharp arrows pierced through the human soldiers' bodies. At the same time, a large number of crossbow arrows damaged Jiangli's mechs. All Stage 3 mechs attack with full force and break the Stage 3 army formation. Stop! Jiangli shouted. Yes. Boon. 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 At this moment, 100 perfected stage liquid metal mechs and 10 perfected stage exoskeleton armor mechs had already crossed the distance between the two legions. They blocked countless attacks and destroyed the siege chariots that were charging at them. They charged at the million-strong demon army as fast as they could. Rank 3. They are all Tier 3. Be careful. They want to break our Stage 3 army formation. You dreaming? If they want to break through a Grade 3 army formation, they'll need to have a Grade 4 battle strength. Furthermore, the by an army formation is being controlled by the general. They can't succeed. At first, the commanders of the demon soldiers were shocked to see so many Stage 3 experts, but they quickly calmed down and sneered. He was full of confidence. Jiang Li's million-man army and Naiwia's million-man demon soldiers hadn't fought in close combat yet. They were only fighting with long-range attacks. In reality, after a short observation, Li Wei clearly realized that the overall strength of Jiang Li's army surpassed his million-strong demon army. Jiang Li's army was several times larger than the demon army, be it the number of Stage 1 or Stage 2 soldiers. To tell the truth, Qiao Wuye was extremely shocked and even found it unbelievable. He couldn't understand how Jiang Li's army could be so strong and how there were so many masters and warriors. Fortunately, Jiang Li's army could only set up a level 2 battle formation, not a level 3 one. This was the key to victory. So, he didn't plan to fight with Jiang Li's army in close combat. Instead, he was going to fight with Jiang Li's army with the power of a level 3 formation. All Stage 3 commanders and generals attack together with me and stop them. We can't let them attack the army formation. We must protect the army formation. Kuai Wuye shouted. Yes. Yes, sir. Kill. Kill the enemy. Buzz. Woo woo woo. Soon after, from the demon army, 25 level 3 demons rushed out. They were the military counselor Kai Chanmai, who was at the perfected stage of level 3, 4 deputy generals at the late stage of level 3, 9 at the mid stage of level 3, and 11 at the early stage of level 3. Army formation. Raw. The Stage 3 battle formation's power was added to the Stage 3 demon commanders, causing their strength and aura to increase greatly. Bloodline manifestation. One beast after another appeared. Boon. 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 An intense battle erupted. Kill. On the battlefield, the liquid metal mech's arms changed into 2 long silver knives that flashed with silver light. What is this thing? The demon commander's eyes widened. He could not understand how his arms could turn into long sabers. In his shock, he did not react in time and missed the opportunity. Phut. Blood splattered everywhere. The commander of the demon soldiers had been injured. There was a knife wound on his chest. Ah! Immediately after, miserable screams rang out from the surroundings. Phut! 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 Blood spattered out. 3 mayflies, Stage 3 peak. They are all at the perfected stage of rank 3. How is this possible? 110 perfected stage level 3 carnate martial artists. No. It's wrong. They don't have Xianqian True Qi. So what are they? Aghast. Shocking. Unbelievable. The 25 level 3 demons immediately experienced the strength of the liquid metal mech and the exoskeleton armor mech after the fight. Good, very good. Jiang Li smiled and laughed. He was watching the battlefield and most of his attention was on the level 3 mech. He was extremely satisfied with the results of the liquid metal mech and the exoskeleton armor mech, so he didn't waste so much time unlocking and manufacturing them. One had to know. There were only 25 level 3 monsters. Their levels were far lower than Jiang Li's level 3 mechs. Their numbers were several times more than the monsters. Even if the 25 level 3 demons had the power of the battle formation, they were no match for the liquid metal mech and the exoskeleton armor mech. The situation finally took a turn for the better. Tier 3 perfection. Jiang Li. Naiwia's eyes became serious. Jiang Li's strength was beyond his expectations. 110 perfected stage Tier 3 martial artists. This was too much. Even if all the Red Eyebrow Empire's perfected stage level 3 experts were added together, they wouldn't even make up 1/10 of the total, but Jiang Li had mastered so many. How is this possible? Qiao Wuye found it hard to accept this fact. One had to know. He took the order from His Majesty and made a military pledge that he would take Jiang Li's head. He was confident. In Naiwia's opinion, it wasn't a big deal to take down Jiang Li. But now, Chuya felt immense pressure. Even vaguely, he had a feeling that he might lose. Jiang Li, Bayan. Jiang Li, Chuya raised his head and looked across the battlefield at Jiang Li, who was standing at the back. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Chapter 213: The intention to retreat. Instantly, Jiang Li immediately felt Naiwia's gaze. The murderous intent sent a chill down Jiang Li's spine. His entire body quivered. Whoosh, 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 good fellow. Jiang Li took a deep breath and circulated his internal force. He looked at YNSH-01, LT-01, and the Stage 3 walking corpse controlled by YNSH-01. Okay. Jiang Li finally felt a little more at ease. Just his gaze alone is enough to make me feel cold. Jiang Li looked at Naiwia and murmured to himself, this monster is very strong. It was extremely powerful. I'm afraid that after burning his bloodline, his strength will not be weaker than the psionic mammoth rangers. Be careful, Jiang Li said to himself. All troops, charge. Immediately. Let's go. Jiang Li gave a decisive order. He would stop the long-range battle with the demon soldiers. Instead, he planned to let the mech rush into the enemy's formation and start a close-range battle. Kill. Rumble. The ground started to shake. Roar. 100,000 walking puppets roared. They rushed to the front and acted as meat shields. Most of the arrows and javelins hit the bodies of the walking puppets. He had almost become a porcupine. But even if it was shot into a hedgehog, the undead puppet could still fight unless its head was destroyed or its head was pierced by a sharp arrow. That was why he fell. All human soldiers, charge immediately. Anyone who retreats will die. Stop. Jiang Li shouted coldly. Follow me, Luo Min gritted his teeth and roared. The million-strong demon army has a Stage 3 army formation. It's extremely disadvantageous for us to engage in a long-range battle because the Stage 3 army formation can block all our long-range attacks. Only by charging forward and charging into their army formation can we have a chance of victory. All troops, charge. Ji Yushan, he shouted. Brothers, hesitation will lead to defeat. The brave will win when we meet on a narrow road. Jinmura roared. Charge. Kill. The more you kill, the more rewards you get. For the cultivation technique, the human soldiers began to charge, following closely behind the walking corpse puppets. Their momentum was extremely vast, their battle cries shook the sky, and their killing intent surged. Of course, if they charged into the enemy's battle formation, the demon soldiers in the battle formation would be strengthened by the battle formation and their strength would increase greatly. However, the human soldiers would be suppressed by the battle formation and their strength would decrease. Therefore, generally speaking, charging into the enemy's formation was an extremely unwise choice. But in a situation where they were unable to break through the enemy's formation, they could only choose this method of fighting. Otherwise, if things continued at this pace, the casualties would be even more severe. It could be seen. Combat mechs, cold weapon mechs, biochemical mechs, electric mechs, mechanical rangers, tank mechs, and the driver of the transport mech all joined the battle under Jiang Li's order. Then, they formed an army of hundreds of thousands of mechs. Kill. Battle cries shook the heavens. The two armies had officially started their battle. The siege chariots collided with the tank mechs. The crossbow arrows pierced through the mechs' bodies. The mechanical rangers moved around the battlefield and killed the demon soldiers with their rocket cannons. An intense battle. The battlefield was in complete chaos. Boom. Suddenly, the battle formation beast by and pounced from the sky. Its 1,000-meter-long body had extremely powerful combat power. It destroyed thousands of mechs with one strike. Thousands of human soldiers were also killed. Now is the time. The perfected stage rank 3 elite troop class attack. Stop. Jiang Li roared. Sprint, charge. Rumble. The next moment, The 4 elite soldiers had been waiting for a long time, like leopards in hiding, waiting for the best opportunity. It was at this moment the army formation ferocious beast tower materialized. As long as they could defeat the formation beasts, they would be able to break the Grade 3 formation. The ground was shaking. It was shaking violently. The 3 psionic mammoth rangers and the psionic crocodile rangers seemed to have endless mechanical psionic energy blooming from their bodies. At the same time, he activated his sprint and charge skills. Full speed. The distance of several hundred meters was covered in the blink of an eye. They had killed their way to the front of the battle formation's beast, Bayern. Buzz. 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 4 elite soldiers. His entire body. It was flashing with the light of skills. Its power continued to climb and reached a limit. It could be seen. The psionic Imperial Crocodile Cavalryman activated the 4 skills: Psionic Control, Bloodthirst, Immense Strength, and Psionic Rage to increase its strength. Psionic Heavy Sword Slash. Finally, it was an extremely bright black psionic sword radiance that was hundreds of meters long. It was extremely heavy, like a sword-shaped mountain. At the same time, the 3 mammoth rangers all activated their psionic control, brute force, and psionic amplification, increasing their own strength. Psionic spear technique. Finally, 3 pitch-black spears of the psionic mammoth ivory knights pierced forward. All the power condensed into a dazzling spear light, which also extended for hundreds of meters. It stabbed towards the beast tower. Not good. Army formation. Kai Chanmai and the others turned pale with fright. Boon. Ah. One of the exoskeleton armored mechs took the opportunity to attack. He punched with a huge iron fist that contained terrifying kinetic energy. The air collapsed. Fut. The early-stage level 3 demon commander didn't even have the chance to scream before his head was smashed by a punch. It exploded and blood and flesh flew everywhere. He was dead. Hurry up. Fully activate the army formation. Whoosh. The demon soldiers shouted in unison. The Tier 3 military formation was fully activated. After absorbing the bloodline power of a large number of demon soldiers, the military killing aura gathered, and the Swan Ni roared repeatedly, its might increasing greatly. Kill. Fut. PFFF. The mechs and human soldiers took the opportunity to attack the demon soldiers with all their might. Many demon soldiers were caught off guard. Many of them died. At this moment, the psionic Imperial Crocodile Cavalry's psionic Heavy Sword Slash and the 3 psionic Mammoth Cavalry's psionic Spear technique had already attacked the battle array beast Bayern. Roar. The Swan Ni roared and charged forward with all its might. Rumble. The sound of an explosion rang out. The 1,000-meter-long giant beast was extremely powerful and ferocious. It was formed by the military chi of millions of demon soldiers and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It possessed great power. It could also protect and strengthen the army. At this moment, the Bayern behemoth collided with the full-force attacks of the 4 perfected stage elite soldiers, and a black radiance bloomed in the sky before exploding. A vast shockwave spread out in all directions. In the surroundings, the demon soldiers, human soldiers, and even Jianglee's mechs were all sent flying by the shockwave. Rumble. The sound of explosions continued to ring out. Bang, 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 bang. The energy was constantly exploding. The Swan Ni beast and the 4 perfected stage elite soldiers were in a stalemate. PFFF. A large number of demon soldiers were screaming in pain as they suffered the backlash from the battle formation. Some of them had their bloodline power directly sucked dry by the Bai in battle formation. Kill. Boon. Kwai Wea charged over. Whoosh. It could be seen. His bloodline and nightmare beast had fused with him, and a bloodline pattern appeared on his face. His aura rose greatly, and he also had the support of the army formation. The weapon was a black heavenly halberd. It was 2 meters long. The blade of the halberd reflected a cold glint in the night. It gathered a vast amount of bloodline power. Slash. Li Wea's all-out attack gathered a huge amount of energy. When the halberd landed, a halberd light that was hundreds of meters long came slashing down. Boom. After that, the halberd smashed toward the 4 perfected stage level 3 mechs, creating a huge explosion. The huge sword light and the 3 spear lights exploded. Boom. At the center of the battlefield, it was a pitch-black ball of light that had exploded, forming circles of light that spread out in all directions. It was like a black hemisphere that covered the ground and was constantly expanding. In the surroundings, many demon soldiers, human soldiers, and mechs were affected. They screamed and many of Jiang Li's mechs were destroyed. Phut! Chao Wei let out a blood-curdling screech as his body flew backward for over 1,000 meters before landing on the ground. He stood firmly on the ground and plowed 200-meter-long trenches in the ground with his feet. Boom! The Bion beast was also sent flying. The light on its body dimmed and cracks even appeared on it, as if it was about to collapse. At least tens of thousands of demon soldiers died because of this. Buzz! The power of the bloodline gathered and surged into the army formation, maintaining the rank 3 army formation. Then, the cracks on the Bion ferocious beast's body slowly recovered and disappeared. Just a little bit more. It's a pity, Jiang Li said. If there's 1 more perfected stage elite troop and 5 perfected stage elite troops, we should be able to break this level 3 formation. Catcher! Catcher! The 4 perfected stage rank 3 elite soldiers were also severely injured and their damage had reached 50%. His entire body was covered in cracks with electric sparks flashing. Repair. Jiang Li used 4 energy points to repair the damage. With a flash of white light, he was fully recovered. How is this possible? No, Wei looked up and saw that the 4 perfected stage elite mechs had recovered. His eyes widened. How is this possible? Great General, save me. At this moment, the stage 3 demon commanders and commanders shouted in horror. Boom. 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 100 liquid metal mechs and 10 exoskeleton armor mechs formed a circle and surrounded more than 20 level 3 demons. On the ground, there were already 3 bodies lying on the ground. In other words, 3 level 3 demons had been killed. This Bion. Chao Wei's pupils contracted and fear and coldness rose in his heart. After that, he looked at the entire battlefield. Because of the level 3 battle formation, Jiang Li's mechs were suppressed by the battle formation, but they were still perfected stage mechs. Of course, the demon soldiers were strengthened by the battle formation, so they still had the advantage. Jiang Li's mechs and the human army were suppressed. But Chu Wei was very clear. This situation was only temporary. If all the level 3 demons are killed, the 100-odd perfected stage level 3 demons will be free to join forces with the 4 top-tier perfected stage level 3 demons. Even a level 3 military formation won't be able to stop them. Chao Wei already had thoughts of retreating. Chapter 214 broken. Screams rang out. Another level 3 demon was killed by the liquid metal mech and the exoskeleton armor mech and had his head cut off. Whoosh! Immediately, a white light spot flew out of the level 3 monster's body and entered Jiang Li's body. A notification flashed before his eyes. Acquired a tier 3 soul tinder. All right, he said. Jiang Li smiled. Retreat. He did not hesitate for too long. Retreat. When Kuei Wei saw Jiang Li's 4 perfected stage elite troops attacking him again, he gave the order to retreat decisively. Retreat? Great General, are we retreating? This Bion. The demon soldiers were instantly stunned. All troops, retreat. Kuei Wei shouted. Yes. Hurry up. Retreat. Let's go. Hence, the million-strong demon army began to retreat. They blocked the attacks of Jiang Li's army in an orderly manner and kept pulling away. Whoosh! At the same time, the military chi gathered and gradually formed a marching army formation. Ha 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 ha. Luo Min was stunned at first, then he laughed wildly. They retreated, they retreated. We won. We actually won. Feng Wuqian's face was filled with shock. This is an army of 1,000,000 demon soldiers led by the general of the red-browed demon kingdom. They actually retreated. They actually retreated. It's like a drain. We won. We've won. Cheers. Jumping for joy. He was excited. The human soldiers who had survived all began to shout. Their hearts were filled with joy, and it was difficult for them to suppress or calm down. Chief Sovereign, you can't let them go. ZH-03 shouted. My lord. ZH-01 also shouted, we have to take care of these demon soldiers at all costs. All of you, charge. Chase after the demon army. Okay. Jiang Li nodded and shouted. What? You want to pursue and kill him? My lord, didn't the enemy retreat? Didn't we win? Why are you still chasing? Don't chase after a desperate enemy. Luo Ming and the others widened their eyes. Those who disobey will die. Stop. Jiang Li shouted with a cold look. I'm Ying. Luo Ming and the others opened their mouths, but they gave in under Jiang Li's cold eyes. They led the human army and chased after the demon army. In the air. Roar. The Bai and Beast roared and blocked a large number of cannonballs. The sky was filled with flames and shrapnel. The shock waves of the explosion scattered in all directions and smoke filled the air. Kill. At this moment, half of the 100 liquid metal mechs and 10 exoskeleton armor mechs, together with the 4 perfected stage elite soldiers, started to attack the army. Stop them. Li Wuye shouted. Boon. 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 In the demon army, hundreds of war chariots rushed out of the city and countless arrows were shot down from the sky. Javelins were thrown down from the sky and sharp arrows filled the sky. These attacks, all of them charged towards the 4 perfected stage 3 elite troops. Liquid metal shield. Buzz. It could be seen. The 50 liquid metal mechs changed greatly. Their bodies turned into silver liquid metal and flowed like mercury. After that, the liquid metal gathered together to form a huge silver metal shield, like a city wall, blocking the front. This one and I, this one and I. Hence, the demons were dumbfounded. Clang, 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 clang. The sharp arrows, javelins, and crossbow bolts were all blocked by the silver metal shield. Boom. An explosion sounded. The 5 exoskeleton armor mechs were 2 meters tall. They were wearing exoskeleton armor and were extremely hard, like steel robots. They directly charged out. After that, one by one, the siege vehicles were sent flying and disintegrated in the air. Ah! The demons driving the siege chariots screamed and vomited blood. Jiang Li's perfected stage level 3 mech charged at the demon soldiers. Kill. Boon. 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 After that, the 4 perfected stage 3 elite troops once again released their strongest power and used their skills one after another. A vast amount of mechanical psionic energy began to gather. They attacked the beasts in the battle formation. Damn it! Li Wuye bellowed. He swallowed a pill to recover his bloodline power and injuries while increasing his own strength. He leaped forward and combined the power of the Bai and army formation, swinging out an incomparably brilliant halberd light. Rumble. The attacks from both sides collided. Dao Wu also charged over. It produced an earth-shattering explosion that reverberated in all directions. The energy exploded and bursts of radiance spread out, forming a terrifying shockwave that even cracked the ground. At the same time, the attacks of the 50 liquid metal mechs and the 5 exoskeleton armor mechs also landed on the Bai Infra Beast. Catcher! Catcher! It could be seen. Cracks began to appear on the Bai and Beast's body, and they were gradually spreading throughout its body. It was about to collapse. No. Li Wuye's eyes widened. Ah! A large number of demon soldiers were screaming in pain. Bloodline ignition. Boon. At this moment, Kai Chanmai shouted and ignited his bloodline without hesitation. It was a red flame bird that was burning with red flames like a vermilion bird. When it spread its wings, it was hundreds of meters long. The power was vast. Military counselor. The demon's pupils contracted. Kill. Boon. Die, Kai Chanmai shouted as he stabbed out with a red spear wrapped in flames. Several liquid metal mechs were sent flying and their bodies were pierced. But the liquid metal flowed and the wound quickly healed. Kai Chanmai's pupils contracted and his face was full of shock. Get lost. Boon. 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 Kai Chanmai swept his spear and set several perfected stage level 3 mech flying. Then, he went to support Naiwea as quickly as possible. I expected it. Humph, Jiangli snorted, stop him. Sure. Sure. 2 figures had already rushed over. He took a closer look. They were the Crown Prince undead puppets and the Shadow undead puppets. Under YNSH-01's control, they had already quietly approached the demon army. Crown Prince, Shadow. When Kai Chanmai saw the figure who launched the sneak attack, he couldn't help but widen his eyes with an incredulous expression. How is this possible? You guys are actually afraid. Boon. Boon. The mountain-back bull roared. The Crown Prince's double-faced giant axe slashed at red long eyebrows. At the same time, the dark shadow bat appeared and its sharp eyes seemed to pierce through the void. Boon. Kai Chanmai was blocked. He could only stop. He swept the burning spear and blocked the attacks of the Crown Prince and Shadow Puppet. The long spear shook. The Crown Prince and Shadow were sent flying. You are not the Crown Prince and the Shadow. Kai Chanmai reacted, you are just corpses that are being controlled. Sure. Sure. Kai Chanmai was stopped for a moment and several liquid metal mechs and exoskeleton armor mechs rushed over and surrounded him. Roar. The Crown Prince and Shadow, the 2 undead puppets, also rushed over. No. Boon. Roar. Urg. Li Wuya let out a sorrowful cry. The Swan Ni beast exploded and countless cracks spread all over its body. It finally exploded. It exploded into black light spots that filled the sky. The vast military chi dispersed and countless spiritual chi overflowed, creating a tornado-like storm. The army formation was broken. Grade 3 by an army formation. It was broken. It was broken by Jiang Li's mechs. Ah. In the demon army. The screams of a large number of demon soldiers rang out. One by one, they spat out blood as they suffered the backlash from the collapse of their formation and fell to the ground. The fog of light that filled the entire battlefield was dissipating. It was collapsing. Military scepter, military formation, scepter. How is this possible? How is this possible? Grade 3 army formation. This was a grade 3 army formation. Only the power of a 4th tier can break through it, and it requires the combat power of a national guardian. Why? Why is that so? In the surroundings, the level 3 demon commanders and the demon soldiers were dumbfounded as they watched the ferocious beasts in the battle formation explode in the sky. Fear. A wave of fear spread. However, let's go. Jiang Li didn't give them time to be shocked. He waved his hand and tens of thousands of cannons were fired. They all exploded in the enemy camp. Rumble. The tank mech charged forward, shells exploded, and machine guns fired. The anti-aircraft guns were aimed at the demons in the air. Ah! The screams of countless demon soldiers sounded. Corpses flew everywhere. Oh my god! It's broken. The grade 3 army formation is really broken. Master Jiang Li has actually mastered the combat power of a level 4 national guardian. Unbelievable. It's simply unbelievable. Is this true? The beasts in the battle formation were all killed. How can it not be true? Ha 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 ha. Luo Ming and the others were stunned. When they came to their senses, they all screamed excitedly. Kill. Don't let them escape. I'm going to make a name for myself today. Kill them. At this moment, the morale of the entire army soared. Furthermore, as the level 3 battle formation was broken, all the human soldiers and Jiang Li's mechs used their full strength. Hence, Jiang Li's mechs showed great combat power. Each of them was above perfected stage level 1. They killed demon soldiers one after another. The situation on the battlefield was leaning towards Jiang Li. There was no grade 3 army formation. Jiang Li's mech army could crush them. This was because the quality of the army was much higher than that of the demon army. I want you dead. Boon. You're courting death. Naiwei roared. His eyes were bloodshot and his killing intent boiled. He howled into the sky and used some kind of demonic secret technique, causing his body to grow by a meter. His entire body. His veins popped out as if they were about to explode. A powerful aura rose. Bloodline ignition. Roar. The nightmare beast revealed itself, turning into a huge ferocious beast. Pitch-black flames began to burn all over its body, and its vast aura seemed to suppress the entire battlefield. It's too late. Jiang Li took a deep breath and circulated his internal force to resist Naiwei's pressure. He said, if you had ignited your bloodline without hesitation before your formation was broken, the result would not have been like this. Unfortunately, you don't. Chapter 215 Defeat. That's because the price to pay for the ignition of your bloodline is too great. The longer the ignition is, the greater the side effects will be. It might even be life-threatening in the end. It's not that simple, Jiang Li said. Even if it's only burned for a short time, it'll still lower the bloodline's level. If the grade of your bloodline drops, it will affect your aptitude and potential. Of course, you're not willing to stay at the perfected stage of Tier 3 forever. You want to break through to Tier 4. So you hesitated. You hesitated. If you hesitate, you will be defeated. Jiang Li looked at Naiwei with sharp eyes. Every word struck the heart. You shut up. I'll kill you even if I have to die today. Li Wei roared. I'll get rid of you for the Red Eyebrows Yara Nation and for His Majesty. Boon. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Li. Kuei Wei seemed to have turned into a black streak of light. He was as fast as lightning and was about to cross the entire battlefield to charge at Jiang Li. I've already said it. It's too late. Jiang Li looked at her calmly. It's too late. Catch her. Purple lightning flashed. Immediately rushed over. Get lost. Boon. Li Wei's halberd struck down and the LT-01 was sent flying thousands of meters away. It smashed a deep pit in the ground. The damage had reached 20%. Jiang Li, I'll show you what power is today. What is the power that will make you despair? Li Wei shouted. Great General. The General has ignited his bloodline Kasaya. You must succeed. All the demons looked up. Boon. Boon. YNSH-01 fired psionic shells after psionic shells. Roar. Go. Naiwei roared. The sound wave spread out and caused the psionic cannon to explode. The psionic light exploded. Psionic energy control. Whoosh. YNSH-01 used his skill, and a vast amount of mechanical psionic energy spread out, forming a psionic domain that enveloped Hauya, forming a strange distortion force. Break. Li Wei's halberd swept across and black flames burned. The pitch-black halberd radiance was like a fire blade that tore apart the psionic domain. Kill. Naiwei sped up and closed the distance between him and Jiang Li. Die. Boon. After that, Li Wei raised his halberd, which was burning with black flames. The nightmare beast roared and a powerful force gathered on the halberd. Shua. 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 However, at this moment, the liquid metal mechs had already arrived under Jiang Li's order. Buzz. Standing in front of Jiang Li, the 50 liquid metal mechs seemed to have melted into liquid silver metal and quickly gathered. Then it rose. It turned into a thick silver wall. He stood in front of Jiang Li. Clang. The halberd hit the silver wall and made a sharp noise. Jiang Li saw the silver wall caved in. But it was blocked. Kuei Wei's attack was blocked. You? Chu Wei's eyes widened at the sight. He. Jiang Li looked at Naiwei with a smile. Psionic heavy sword slash. Catch her. The next moment, the psionic crocodile emperor cavalry arrived and slashed with its strongest sword. A psionic sword ray that was hundreds of meters long slashed down from above, aiming at Li Wuya. Boon. Li Wuya raised his heavenly halberd to block. PFFF. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he managed to block the sword, he was still sent flying. Psionic spear technique. Boon. 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 Soon after, the three psionic mammoth rangers arrived one after another and surrounded Li Wuya. The four perfected stage Tier 3 elite troops attacked him together. Let's attack together, Jiang Li said. Yes. Sure. 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 The silver wall melted and regrouped into 50 liquid metal soldiers, melting their arms and forming two silver blades. Kill. They attacked Chao Wuya. 5 exoskeleton armor matches, YNSH-01 and LT-01 were in front of Jiang Li. Ah. Ah. Chao Wuya screamed. One had to know. This was 50 perfected stage liquid metal soldiers and 4 perfected stage elite soldiers attacking Li Wuya together. It could be said that, unless Li Wuya was a true Type 4 expert, he would not have been able to withstand the combined attacks of so many at the perfected Type 3 realm. It was already impressive that he could last so long. It was obvious. Li Wuya was not. He was only at the peak of the perfected stage of Tier 3. Even if he burned his own bloodline, he was still unable to cross the barrier of Tier 4. He could only be said to be infinitely close to Tier 4. Phut. Finally, Li Wuya's heart was pierced by the psionic mammoth cavalry. But he didn't die immediately. YNSH-01 immediately transformed the undead puppet. Jiang Li said quickly. Yes. Sure. YNSH-01 quickly rushed over and used his biochemical poison skill. He then turned Li Wuya into a walking corpse before he died. Roar. Kuei Wuya stood up again, holding the heavenly halberd. The nightmare beast woke up and roared. Jiang Li added another perfected stage level 3 walking corpse puppet. All right, he said. Ha ha. Jiang Li smiled. All troops, attack. Annihilate the demon army. Jiang Li waved his hand. Yes. Attack. Boon. Li Wuya's walking corpse puppet also rushed into the battlefield and swept the halberd in all directions. In addition to Li Wuya's original identity, these demon soldiers lost all their courage. Their chief general had actually died. Even the corpse was being controlled by the enemy. He had lost all will to fight. Retreat. Retreat. As many as you can. Run. We must bring this news back to His Majesty. Jiang Li has invaded the Red Eyebrow Yao Kingdom. The great general has died in battle. The demon army was completely defeated. They fled in all directions while Jiang Li sent the mechs and the human army to chase them. However, there was still fish that could not be avoided. Jiang Li also asked the holographic mech to use the holographic camera to do a thorough search. On the battlefield, the demons with third-rank bloodlines all burned their bloodlines and began to fight back with all their might. After burning their bloodlines, the strength of the Tier 3 demons increased greatly. That was why Jiang Li asked 100 perfected stage level 3 match to suppress them all. Phut. Not long after, Kai Chanmai was killed by the psionic Imperial Crocodile cavalryman with one sword strike. Ah. Following that, the Tier 3 demons were killed one after another, turning into corpses. Time passed. The morning came quietly. The sun rose unknowingly and its afterglow scattered on the earth. It's already the next morning. I'm surprised. Jiang Li slowly raised his head and looked at the rising sun. The light wasn't glaring, but rather gentle. The battle lasted for half a night. However, Yin Luo. Jiang Li took a deep breath and looked at the battlefield. Millions of monsters' bodies were piled up on the ground. Their blood had formed a pool. In the air, there was a pungent smell of blood that would not dissipate for a long time. There were too many corpses. We won. Jiang Li clenched his fist. 1,000,000 demon soldiers, a level 3 formation, but I won in the end. I almost annihilated them all. Luo Yilin, it's time for you to perform. Jiang Li said. Yes, Your Highness. Luo Yilin nodded and walked over. Her tone became more reverent and her attitude became more respectful. Blood refining formation. Buzz. Soon after, Luo Yilin waved her right hand and the array disc flew out. She formed a seal with both hands, forming a blood refining array. It gradually enveloped the battlefield and refined the demon corpses into blood refining pills. This is a formation. The blood refining array. An array master. I didn't expect her to be a second-grade array master. In the surroundings, Luo Min, Jin Muru, and the others looked over in surprise. They clearly didn't expect Luo Yilin to be a rare array master. 2 hours later, nearly 1,000,000 demon corpses were refined into blood refining pills by the blood refining formation. The corpses were weathered and a strong wind blew past, turning them into ashes and dissipating. Sir, here are 25 level 3 blood refinement pills. Luo Yilin gave the level 3 blood refinement pill to Jiang Li. Yes. Jiang Li took it and said, as for the remaining blood refinement pills, just distribute them according to your contributions. It can also recover the injuries and physical strength of the injured soldiers. Yes. Luo Yilin nodded. Soon after, Jiang Li's order was passed down. Long live Your Excellency. So many blood refinement pills and they are all for us. Darren is simply too generous. I swear, from today on, I will forever be loyal to the Jianli Commandu Prince. The human soldiers cheered. This battle, the human soldiers had lost close to 200,000. Of course, this was like a huge wave washing away the sand. After the battle with the 1,000,000-strong demon army, the soldiers who could survive naturally had some skills. Furthermore, when the blood refinement pills were distributed one by one, their strength and physique were enhanced after taking the blood refinement pills and their injuries were almost recovered. There were even peak-stage elementary level soldiers who condensed their internal force and broke through to the early stage of level 1. However, there were also some soldiers whose limbs had been chopped off, so they naturally could not continue to participate in the battle. To these injured people, let's go. Jiang Li had them all live in the county city of Red Dragon County. How many mechs did you lose? Jiang Li asked ZH-01. Reporting to you, Chief Sovereign. We lost a total of 129,600 mechs, ZH-01 replied. This is the worst loss we've ever suffered. Okay, I got it. Okay. Jiang Li nodded. In reality, Jiang Li took a deep breath when he heard the number. They lost 129,600 mechs out of the 500,000. This was definitely not a small number. What are the details? Jiang Li asked again. We lost 118,300 perfected level mechs, 10,200 early stage level 2 mechs, and 1,100 perfected level 2 mechs. No stage 3 mechs were lost, ZH-01 replied. Luckily, I didn't lose any level 3 mechs. Jiang Li said. My lord, although we suffered heavy losses this time, we destroyed the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom's army of 1,000,000 soldiers. Moreover, it was one of the main forces of the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom. No matter how strong the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom is, losing 1,000,000 soldiers is enough to hurt them. Not to mention the death of their general, said ZH-02. Also, the Lord has gained a lot of soul tinders this time. The lost mechs can be replenished as long as we get enough resources. So, no matter how you look at it, we've profited. Yes. Okay. Jiang Li nodded, opened the Dominator panel, and clicked on the soul tinder. Chapter 216 dismissed. When Jiang Li opened the soul tinder column and saw the number of soul tinders displayed on it, he was shocked. Jiang Li's lips curved up. That's right. This time, he had really earned big. This time, Jiang Li's mech army killed almost 1,000,000 monster soldiers. Some of them were killed by the human army so they couldn't get the soul tinder. Even so, the 26 level 3 demons had also dropped 3 level 3 soul tinders. In reality, Such a drop rate was already very high. Jiang Li was very satisfied. Originally, after Jiang Li unlocked the exoskeleton armor mech, he only had 8 level 1 soul tinders left. He didn't have any level 2 or level 3 soul tinders left. They had just occupied the county city of Red Dragon County and killed 30,000 demon soldiers. He had collected 322 level 1 soul tinders and 3 level 2 soul tinders. After killing nearly 1 million demon soldiers, Jiang Li got 1130 level 2 soul tinders and 34,819 level 1 soul tinders. So, in total, Jiang Li had 35,149 level 1 soul tinders, 1133 level 2 soul tinders, and 3 level 3 soul tinders. The entire army will rest for half an hour. Leave. Jiang Li closed all the interfaces in front of him, looked at the army, and gave an order: those who are too injured to join the battle, leave and rest in the county capital of Red Dragon County. You don't need to join the battle anymore. Also, clean up the battlefield immediately and transport all the spoils of war to the Red Dragon County. Yes. Yes, sir. Did you all hear the Juanwang's order? Hurry up and move the injured to the county city. Also, move all the spoils of war into the county city. Hurry up. Hurry up. Nearly 400,000 human warriors began to work. At the same time, in order to speed up, let's go. Jiang Li asked the match to join. Moving goods. My lord. At this moment, not long after, Jiang Li, Wu Yong came over and bowed to Jiang Li. He said respectfully and nervously, "Do you think it's not safe to leave these injured people and so many spoils of war in the Red Dragon County city? After all, this is the territory of the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom. There are also many demon bandits who occupy the mountains in the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom. The nature of these demon bandits is similar to that of the bandits in the Great Shen Dynasty. If they know that there are so many good things in the county city of Red Dragon County and that it is not heavily guarded, I'm afraid they will have evil intentions." "Oh, you do have a point." Jiang Li smiled and looked at Wu Yong. "So, Commander Wu Yong, do you have any good suggestions?" Reporting to the regional king, Wu Yong stood up straight and then said righteously, "I am willing to lead the Lingju County's army to guard the Red Dragon County city and protect the wounded. Then, I will guard this batch of priceless spoils of war and ensure that no demon bandits will enter the county city. I guarantee with my head." "He he, Yin Luo. He he." Jiang Li chuckled. "It seems that Commander Wu Yong has good intentions. Your Excellency is too serious. It is this subordinate's duty and responsibility to share your burden, and it is also this subordinate's honor," Wu Yong said loudly. In the surroundings, Jin Muru, Feng Wuqian, Jiu Shanha, and the others all looked over. This Wu Yong really doesn't know his place. Jin Muyan sneered with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "What's wrong?" Shanlin looked at Jin Muru with a puzzled expression. "If I can really stay in the Red Dragon County city and guard the injured and the spoils of war, it will be a good job. I won't have to follow the main forces to fight to the death with the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom. Moreover, Red Dragon County is a long way from the Great Shen Dynasty. If they receive the news of defeat, they can immediately escape back to the Great Shen Dynasty with the spoils of war in the shortest time possible. Good fellow, now that you've mentioned it, this Wu Yong's thinking is too good. Why didn't I think of it? This is great, he beat us to it. He he, you should be glad that Wu Yong beat you to it." Shenbao glanced at him and said indifferently, "What do you mean by that?" Shanglin did not quite understand. "Even you can think of it. How can Lord Jiangli not know?" Feng Wuqian glanced at Shanlin. "You think you're smart, but you want to fool Jiangli. I'm afraid he doesn't know how to write the word death. With Jiangli's personality, he'll be skinned even if he doesn't die," Jin Muyan said. They were talking. Jiangli smiled and patted Wu Yong's shoulder. He said earnestly, "Since Commander Wu Yong is willing to share my burden, I am deeply gratified. From now on, you are no longer the commander of Lingju County Army. The position of Commander-in-Chief will be taken over by the Vice Commander-in-Chief. As for you, stay in the Red Dragon County City and take good care of these injured men and the spoils of war. If I return and find anything wrong with these injured men and the spoils of war, I will not let you go. This Zheng Wang will only question you. Ah. The great big sister-in-law, sir, please. He was stunned. They were dumbfounded. Wu Yong was dumbfounded. What? He widened his eyes and looked at Jiangli in shock. His expression was even more stunned. Do you have a problem with that? Jiangli's eyes turned cold. Fuck me. Wu Yong opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Obviously. Jiangli knew what Wu Shen was planning. Jiangli took this opportunity to remove Wu Yong from his position. Didn't you want to stay in the Red Dragon County City? Very good. This Zheng Wang will fulfill your wish. However, you can forget about the soldiers. Wu Yong was fired, just like that. The Commander-in-Chief's position has been removed. TSK, I'm afraid that this will be even worse than killing Wu Yong. This time, Wu Yong will have nothing left. It's good that he's not dead. Did you forget that Jiangli had many people killed in the Great Xia City? Wu Yong should be glad that he's still alive. This is called lifting a rock to smash one's own foot. Shang Lin and the others discussed for a while. Your subordinate, Qian, acknowledges the order. Wu Yong answered with a bitter expression. At this moment, Wu Shen felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would not have had such a thought. The position of Commander-in-Chief was gone and the Lingjue County Army was gone. They all belonged to someone else. Forget it. It's fine as long as I can keep my life. It's safe. Wu Yong murmured, although I lost my military power, at least I'm in the Red Dragon County. It's much safer. I don't have to fight with Jiangli and the Red Eyebrow Empire. Furthermore, even if I lose my military power, I still have my cultivation. As long as I don't die, I'll always have a chance to rise again. In reality, Wu Shen never thought that Jiangli could defeat the Red Eyebrow Empire, nor did he think that Jiangli could conquer the Red Eyebrow Empire. He thought that Jiangli would lose for sure. Because Wu Yong had once seen King Qian in action. As for King Qian, he was a true Type 4 powerhouse. Furthermore, at that time, King Qian had only used one move. Just one move. The golden shadow of the three-clawed true dragon had turned the tide of the battle. The power of that attack was too powerful and terrifying. It was enough to make people despair. He couldn't muster up any thoughts of resistance. He was simply too powerful. So, Kaimai from the Red Eyebrow Yao Kingdom was also a level 4 like King Qian. He naturally had a certain amount of power. Jiangli couldn't fight against that kind of power. Even though Jiangli had annihilated the million demon soldiers led by Nai Wuya. It's fine as long as you can live. Wu Yong muttered. Half an hour later, the entire army set off. Rumble. 400,000 human soldiers formed a stage 2 marching formation. The Black Wind Eagle spread its wings and sped up. Jiangli's mech army followed behind. They set off for Yahuan County. Buzz. Jiangli was sitting in the passenger seat of YS-01. He began to fuse with the Soul Tinder. Fuse. The Dominator panel opened. He clicked on the Soul Tinder column. Then, Jiangli started to fuse the Soul Tinder. Buzz. The fusion interface appeared. Jiangli first fused with the Level 1 Soul Tinder. There were 35,149 Level 1 Soul Tinders, and he could fuse 10 of them once. It could be fused 3,514 times in total. Shua. 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 A series of notifications appeared before his eyes. Time passed. All the Stage 1 Soul Tinders had been fused. This time, Jiangli successfully fused 1170 times and failed 2,344 times, so he got 1170 Level 2 Soul Tinders. In other words, Jiangli had 2,303 Level 2 Soul Tinders in total. Fused the second stage Soul Tinder. Jiangli continued to operate the Dominator panel and activated the Soul Tinder. The fusion interface appeared. 10 black Level 2 Soul Tinders were fusing with Bayan. Shua. Shua. Sure. A series of notifications popped up. Time passed. The second stage Soul Tinder had also been fully integrated. He had fused 230 times in total. Among them, he had failed 191 times and succeeded 39 times. Jiangli got 39 level 3 Soul Tinders. In addition to the 3 that dropped, he had 42 level 3 Soul Tinders in total. All right, he said. A smile appeared on Jiangli's face. Sure. After that, Jiangli opened the interface of the mechanical army and clicked on the level 3 column. Level 3 mech types: liquid metal mech, unlocked; exoskeleton armor mech, unlocked; laser weapon mech, locked; 42/16; ultrasonic mech, locked; energy mech, locked. Unlock the laser weapon mechs. Jiangli didn't hesitate. He immediately used 16 level 3 Soul Tinders to unlock the laser weapon mech. Sure. Laser weapon mech has been successfully unlocked. At the same time, the conditions to unlock the ultrasonic mech also appeared. Ultrasonic mech, locked 26/30 seconds. The Soul Tinder required to unlock it had doubled. At this moment, the army suddenly stopped marching. What? Huh? Jiangli was stunned. Why did you stop? Sure. Jiangli immediately closed all the interfaces. Lord, we have arrived at Yahuan County. Master, look. ZH-01 walked over and reported to Jiangli. Not far ahead is one of the 6 demon cities in Yahuan County, Shadow City. Oh, you've arrived so quickly. Jiangli looked up. There was a huge city about 10 miles ahead. It was black like a beast lying on the ground. It was quite imposing. Chief Sovereign, please take a look. Buzz. The holographic mech flew their holographic cameras into the sky. The range was 10 kilometers, enough to clearly capture the situation in the studio. It formed a holographic projection. It was completely presented in front of Jiangli. Chapter 217 3 Claws. Let's just do it. Let's attack. Jiangli finished observing the situation in the Shadow City and the deployment of the troops. Then he gave the order to attack the city. Occupy this demon city as soon as possible. After plundering the resources, we'll leave immediately. In reality, with Jiangli's current forces and combat power, he didn't need to think about any tactics at all. It was just a demon city. He could just rush over. However, he was being cautious. I'll go. Jiangli observed the situation at the cinema first in case something happened. Yes. Boon. 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 First of all, the group was led by the mechanical artilleries. Tens of thousands of cannonballs flew at the same time and landed in the Shadow City, directly stunning the demons in the city. More than half of them were dead or injured. Rumble. The city gate had even collapsed from the artillery shells. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. What is this? Why is it flying over from the sky? Ah. In the movie city, the demon soldiers were terrified. They did not know how to respond to such an attack. Furthermore, the cannonball exploded not far away from them. The deafening sound caused their ears to buzz. All troops, charge. The ground shook. 400,000 human soldiers led the charge and charged toward the Shadow City. The enemy is here. Hurry up. Shoot the arrows. This one and I, this one and I. Why are there so many people? Human. It's the humans. How did they manage to invade our Yahuan County? Is the Great Qian dynasty going to invade our Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom? Something has happened. Something big has happened. Countless demons in the Shadow City were shouting in fear. The human army had broken into the city. On the other side, although the number of survivors from the million-strong demon army led by Kuei Wuya was very small, there were still nearly 1,000 of them. Among them, there was even a commander who had perfected Stage 2. Hurry up. Hurry up. It could be seen. The commander's face was still filled with fear. His entire body was trembling, and his right hand that was holding the reins was shaking uneasily. He rode the hornet scale horse at full speed and rushed towards the palace of the Red Eyebrow Yao Kingdom. Hurry up! Go faster! Jiang Li. He sounded extremely anxious. The million-strong demon army was annihilated and the general died in battle. Jiang Li has led the army to invade the Red Eyebrow Empire. We must return as quickly as possible and report this to His Majesty. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. The movie city of Yahuan County. Around 10 minutes. The siege battle was over. The movie city was occupied by Jiang Li. The 10,000 demon soldiers of the Shadow City had all died in battle. Unfortunately, the demon soldiers of the Shadow City were too weak, with only a few at level 1. The City Lord was the only Tier 2 player. So, Jiang Li only got 10 level 1 Soul Tenders. There wasn't even a single Stage 2 Soul Tender. Jiang Li casually fused the 10 level 1 Soul Tenders, but he received a notification that the fusion failed. Half an hour later, all the resources in the movie city were plundered. 10 lower spiritual crystals. There were also a large number of ordinary medicinal herbs and spirit herbs. Energy points. Jiang Li converted them all into energy points and received 3 notifications. Conversion successful. You've received 100,000 energy points. Conversion successful. You've received 116,000 energy points. Conversion successful. Received 508,000 energy points. Obviously, 10 low-grade spiritual crystals had been converted into 100,000 energy points, the ordinary herbs had been converted into 116,000 energy points, and the graded spiritual herbs had been converted into 508,000 points. After taking down a demon city, they had obtained a total of 724,000 energy points. Just over 700,000. There really wasn't much. However, this was normal. After all, it was just an ordinary demon city. It could be seen from the military strength of the Shadow City that it was probably at the bottom of the 6 demon cities in Yahuan County. This time, although Jiang Li massacred the city, he didn't destroy it. Then, he would use the blood refining formation to refine all the corpses of the demons. Although the quality of the blood refining pills made from ordinary demons was too low, there was a lot of them. It could even be treated as a full meal. As for destroying the city, it was definitely not possible now. Jiang Li's goal was to occupy the Red Eyebrow Empire. If he succeeded, the demon cities would be his property. He couldn't destroy them. Furthermore, it would not be good for the demons to kill them all so easily. At that time, since Jiang Li had established a dynasty, he needed a large number of subjects in his territory. Although these ordinary monsters couldn't become subjects of the dynasty, they could work as slaves. The most important thing was, Jiang Li could also sell these demon slaves to other human dynasties and even attract human civilians or refugees from other human dynasties. Then he could gradually develop. There was another thing. As for the establishment and development of a dynasty, it was not just about developing a powerful army. He had to take into account all aspects. He had to consider all aspects. The dynasty had really been established. Jiang Li wouldn't be as simple as he was now. He would have more things to do. He wouldn't just be gathering resources and then gathering more resources. Let's go to the next demon city. Jiang Li sat in the passenger seat of YS-01. The entire army set off again. They left the movie city. On the other side, the Great Gan Lord dynasty. The capital. Boon. 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 He looked around. The entire capital was caught in the flames of war. In the air. Kill. Bang. They were level 3 inborn experts fighting against level 3 half-demons, with Mo Ling and Jiao Luoqing, the 2 Vice Alliance masters, attacking with all their might. They were experts at the perfected stage of Tier 3. Furthermore, he was extremely powerful. It had almost reached the top level. At the same time, the people fighting against Mo Ling and Jiao Luoqing were the Chief Admiral of the Great Qin Imperial Court, Wang Shanqing, and the Civil Minister, Gong Sunji. He was also at the perfected stage of Tier 3. The 100,000 Imperial Guards and 1 million elites of the Great Qin Imperial Court were clashing with the three rebel forces. The Great Three military formation formed an extremely huge battle formation based. They clashed with each other. It was obvious. With the help of the Wuzu Subleague of the Half-Monster Alliance, the three rebel armies had broken into the capital city last night. At this very moment, the three rebel forces gathered together, forming a rebel army of 2 million. With the members of the Wuzu Subleague, the number was close to 3 million. On the other hand, the Imperial Court of Dhn. They had 1 million elites and 100,000 Imperial Guards. Among them, each of the 100,000 Imperial Guards was at the perfected stage of level 1, and the weakest of the captains were martial artists at the initial stage of level 2. It could be said that the 100,000 soldiers of the Imperial Army were the strongest army in the Imperial Court. Furthermore, these Imperial Army soldiers cultivated the same type of martial arts, so even if there were only 100,000 of them, they could still form a Grade 3 formation. From this, one could imagine just how terrifying would the strength of the 100,000 Imperial Army soldiers be. There was more. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Qian Wu, was a peak-level perfected Stage 3 martial artist. The Great Genlord dynasty's military strength was very strong. But now, the two sides were in a stalemate. The 3 million rebel army soldiers barely managed to form two Grade 3 battle formations, forming two massive battle formation beasts. One was a huge black dog with 3 heads, and the other was a black 3-clawed flood dragon. The Grade 3 formation formed by the million elites of the Great Genlord dynasty was a huge blood-red tiger. It did not have any special features and was just like a normal tiger. But its body length had reached 1,000 meters. The beast of the Imperial Army was a blood-red 3-clawed flood dragon. Kill. On the battlefield, battle cries shook the heavens and earth as the human soldiers and half-demons fought with the rebel army. Fut. Blood splattered everywhere. Bodies fell one after another. There were soldiers dying every second. War had always been ruthless. In the air, countless arrows, crossbow bolts, war chariots, and soldiers were all mercilessly killing each other. They did everything they could to kill their enemies. Behind the rebel army, the leader of Wuzu Subleague, who was wearing a multicolored ghost mask, stood in the void, black mist surging around him. Above his head, a black true dragon could be seen forming. In the surroundings, countless fade energy gathered. The fate of the nation. This was the invisible fate of the nation turning into something tangible. This was also why the leader of Wuzu Sub-Alliance called the plan a dragon battle. It was to fight for the invisible fate and gather it into a true dragon. He would establish a half-monster kingdom and be listed on the Young Dragon list. Buzz. In the sky above the palace of the Imperial Court of Dhn, a dazzling golden light bloomed like a blazing sun. It shot into the sky and seemed to burst with infinite brilliance. Roar. The next moment, in the golden light that filled the sky, a lifelike 3-clawed golden dragon appeared. A true dragon. The true dragon of the nation. Unlike the illusionary black dragon of the Wuzu Sub-Alliance master, this 3-clawed golden dragon seemed to be real. It had golden whiskers, golden scales, and golden claws. It was as if it was alive. King Qian, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The leader of Wuzu Sub-Alliance looked up with a dark light in his eyes. He looked at the 3-clawed golden dragon in the sky and became excited. Roar. The 3-clawed golden dragon let out a long roar. The golden light spread out and strengthened the soldiers of the Great Genlord dynasty. It could be seen. Under the illumination of the golden light, the injured soldiers were quickly recovering. At the same time, the morale of the soldiers of the Great Genlord dynasty rose and their strength increased. King Qian! King Qian! King Qian! Millions of soldiers shouted in unison. The momentum was vast. You're not the only one who knows how to do this. King Qian! The leader of Wuzu Sub-Alliance shouted. Roar. After that, the black dragon let out a dragon roar, and a black light bloomed and spread, covering the 3 million rebels and the members of the Fog Army Subleague of the Half-Monster Alliance. Similarly, Their injuries were quickly recovering and their strength had also increased, greatly increasing their morale. "Very good," he said. At this moment, King Qian finally walked out of the palace slowly. His figure was shrouded in a golden glow, and every step he took covered a distance of 100 meters. He slowly stepped into the air. After that, he stood on the head of the three-clawed golden dragon. He lowered his gaze. He overlooked the entire capital. "Yerofog soldier, you did not let me down." King Qian looked at the leader of the Wuzu sub-alliance and said his name. "I'm very pleased that you're able to come here and lead these ants." Chapter 218 Compensation. Jiangli had already arrived at Blood Talisman City, another demon city in Yahuan County, with his army. Soon after, Jiangli first asked the holographic mech to check the situation in Demon City with the holographic camera. He confirmed that there were no problems. Attack. Jiangli gave the order to attack the city. Boom. 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 After that, the artillery began to bombard. The entire army charged towards the Blood Talisman City. The siege began again. Tens of thousands of cannonballs from the cannons rose into the sky and landed in Blood Charm City. They exploded in the city, destroying a large number of buildings and killing a large number of demon soldiers. Ah! The screams were mixed with the sounds of explosions. Enemy attack. A large number of demon soldiers charged up the city walls. Jiangli looked at the battlefield calmly. They were waiting for the victory and end of the siege. On the other side, in the Red Eyebrows Yarrow Kingdom, in the palace. What? Kaimai suddenly raised his head and made a sound of surprise. She looked in the direction of the great Ganlord dynasty. A red light surged from her body and a dense aura fluctuated. Vaguely, in the sky outside the palace, the invisible national aura of the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom gathered and formed a red three-clawed true dragon. "Your Majesty, what happened?" Zhu Ling asked. The demon officials immediately looked over. "It's nothing." Kaimai shook his head and looked away. He said, "I just felt a great fluctuation in the fate of the great Qian dynasty. It seems like the Devil Fog soldiers have fought with King Qian. Your Majesty, do you think that the great Qian dynasty will be able to withstand this?" Zhu Ling asked. Kaimai pondered for a while, turned her enchanting body, chuckled, and said, "We'll know who wins and who loses after they are done. By the way, is there any news about Nauya?" Red Eyebrows asked again. "Your Majesty, there is no news from the Chief General at the moment." A general returned. "Is that so?" Kaimai muttered, "According to the speed of the army, Nauya should have reached the Great Xia province by now. There should be news. Could something have happened?" "Your Majesty, the Grand General is leading 1,000,000 demon soldiers. How could something have happened?" "Yep. Your Majesty is overthinking," the ministers all said. Kaimai frowned slightly. She had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She could only feel that a disaster was about to happen. Could it be related to the great Ganlord dynasty? Kaimai murmured, "Is it because of Jiangli?" "It's unlikely. Although Jiangli rose up quickly, it hasn't been long and he doesn't have enough foundation. Release the demon sparrow and send a message to Li Wuya. Tell him to leave the dynasty immediately after he kills Jiangli," Kaimai said in a deep voice. "Yes, sir," the demon ministers replied. In reality, it was not only the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom. A few Wen gangs at the border of the great Ganlord dynasty. The Wei King of the Great Wei dynasty, the Lion King of the Lion Barbarian Kingdom, and the Barbarian King of the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom could clearly sense the fluctuation of the Great Gan dynasty's national fate. In a situation where the fate of the country was shaken, it wasn't that the country had been destroyed. It meant that the fate of the country would improve. Of course, Jiangli didn't know these things. He was now attacking one of the 6 demon cities in Yahuan County, Blood Talisman City. His army had already entered the city and started killing the demon soldiers. About 10 minutes later, Blood Talisman City was taken over by Jiangli. The 20,000 demon soldiers were all annihilated. He had collected 23 level 1 soul tinders and 1 level 2 soul tinder. soon after. Let's go. Jiangli sent the match to search the city. Half an hour later, he gathered all the spirit herbs in the Blood Talisman city and found 17 lower-grade spirit crystals. Jiangli converted them all. Conversion successful. You've received 170,000 energy points. Conversion successful. You've received 220,000 energy points. Conversion successful. You've received 780,500 energy points. A notification appeared. In total, Jiangli gained 117,050 energy points from the Blood Talisman city. Massacre the city. Go. Jiangli ordered. Half an hour passed. All the demons in Blood Talisman city were killed. The corpses were refined into blood refining pills by Luo Yilan using the blood refining array and then distributed to all the human soldiers for them to consume. The reason for the massacre was naturally to prevent the news from being leaked. The later Red Eyebrows received the news, the better, and Jiangli would be able to grow stronger. He couldn't take the gold, silver, jewelry, weapons, herbs, and pills in the city with him for the time being. Jiangli couldn't go to war with them. It was also impossible for the soldiers to carry a bag full of real gold and silver to the battlefield to fight the enemy. This was not realistic. That was why they had left these things in the city for the time being. Furthermore, if they could occupy the Red Eyebrows Shifter Kingdom, the entire Red Eyebrows Shifter Kingdom would be Jiangli's. Let's go. We'll head to the next demon city immediately. Jiangli said. Yes. The entire army left Blood Talisman city as fast as they could. The roars of the mech fleet continued as they moved on the road, kicking up clouds of dust. It was like a flood dragon. Time passed. The night came quietly. The county city of Yahuan County. Boon. Boon. At this moment, Jiangli had already taken down all 6 demon cities in Yahuan County. Nothing happened during the process. It was going very smoothly. Finally, they arrived at the county city of Yahuan County and began to attack the county city. And this battle had already been going on for half an hour. It was coming to an end. On the battlefield, 100 liquid metal mechs and 10 exoskeleton armor mechs charged at the front and killed all the enemies. All the monster experts in the county city had been killed. He had no power to resist. Ah! The demon soldiers' shrieks were endless. Let's go. Jiangli looked at it calmly. Speed up. Yes. Kill. Da. Machine guns fired and tanks charged. Boon. The city wall of the county city of Yahuan County had collapsed. We are finished, Yin Luo. The demons were in despair. 10 minutes later, the county city was taken down by Jiangli. There were corpses of demon soldiers lying on the ground around the city wall. The smell of blood was so strong that it seemed to be lingering. Blood refining formation. Buzz. Luo Yilan operated the formation, and a blood-red formation enveloped the sky, refining the demon soldier's corpse into blood-refining pills, which were stored in porcelain bottles. After that, then, they would be distributed according to the number of enemies killed by the human soldiers and their contributions. At the same time, he recorded the battle merits. Using battle to sustain battle, it could be said that these human soldiers were much stronger than they had been in the beginning. Moreover, after experiencing a series of victories, their morale was high. An hour later, in the second-rank prince's mansion of Yahuan County. My lord, all the spirit herbs and medicinal herbs in the county city are here. ZH-01 reported to Jiangli, these are all the lower spiritual crystals. Yes. Okay. Jiangli nodded and put his right hand on the lower spiritual crystal. A notification appeared in front of him. Discovered item that can be converted into energy points. Do you want to convert it? Yes. Jiangli confirmed. Buzz. A white light flashed. The lower spiritual crystals all disappeared and were converted into energy points. Conversion successful. You've received 980,000 energy points. A notification appeared. 9,800,000 energy points. 980 lower spiritual crystals. Jiangli was delighted. That's 980 lower spiritual crystals. Continue. Jiangli walked forward and touched the herbs. He turned all the herbs into normal herbs. Buzz. White light flashed. It was rather glaring. All the medicinal ingredients had been converted. He disappeared. Conversion successful. You've received 450,500 energy points. A notification popped up. Transform into spirit herbs. Buzz. Jiangli converted all the graded spiritual herbs, leaving only 50 superior grade level 2 spiritual herbs. He converted the rest into energy points. A white light flashed. The spirit herb disappeared. Sure. Conversion successful. 897,000 energy points obtained. 8,970,000. Jiangli murmured. In total, Jiangli had gained 23275,000 energy points from the county city of Yawan County. Sure. The Dominator panel opened. In the Soul Tinder column, Jiangli took down the entire Yawan County. There were a total of 6 demon cities and 1 county city. He had killed nearly 100,000 demons. Jiangli now had 580 level 1 soul tenders, 20 level 2 soul tenders, and 26 level 3 soul tenders. He lost another 1,000 perfected stage level 1 matches and 200 early stage level 2 matches. In other words, Jiangli had lost 119,300 perfected stage level 1 matches. 3,000 of them self-destructed, so he got 872,250 energy points. He had lost 10,400 level 2 matches and self-destructed 800 of them. He had recovered 480,000 energy points. Finally, 1,100 perfected stage level 2 matches were lost and 50 of them self-destructed, but they recovered 787,500 energy points. In addition, Jiangli had gained 325,750 energy points from the entire Yawan County. The war had consumed 120,500 energy points. In the energy points column, Jiangli had 627,550 energy points left. It had already reached more than 60 million. Soon after, let's go. Jiangli left the county city and found an empty place outside. To replenish our losses, Jiangli glanced at the number of energy points and immediately used 1269300 energy points to build 119,300 level 1 matches and 11,500 level 2 matches. Buzz. The manufacturing interface appeared. A total of 9 illusionary figures appeared on the interface, representing 9 different types of soldiers. Countless light spots filled the illusionary figures and gradually solidified. There was a corresponding number next to each illusionary figure. It displayed the number of items to be manufactured. A minute later, creation complete. Whoosh! Immediately after, more than 100,000 matches appeared out of thin air. My lord! More than 100,000 matches saluted Jiangli at the same time. Yes. Okay. Jiangli smiled and nodded. Sure. Congratulations, my lord. Because you created 30,000 cold weapon matches at the same time, a special probability has been triggered. You've received a level 1 elite soldier type, Spear Mech X500. A notification appeared. This by an 500 spear matches. Jiangli was stunned. 500 spear matches. Sure. Congratulations, my lord. Because you created 3,000 mechanical rangers at the same time, a special probability has been triggered. You have obtained the Stage 2 Elite Soldier type, Mechanical Emperor Crocodile Rangers. Immediately after, another notification popped up. Good? Good? Jiangli was overjoyed. Mechanical Crocodile Emperor Cavalry, another Rank 2 Elite troop. Upgrade. Immediately. Jiangli immediately used 1670200 energy points to upgrade all the newly made early stage matches to perfected stage level 1. Sure. Sure. A white light flashed. Because there were too many of them, they were quite glaring. It only took a few seconds. In just a few seconds, he had completed all his promotions. Chapter 219 Thoughts. Soon after, Jiangli used another 15400 energy points to upgrade 1100 match from the early stage of level 2 to the perfected stage of level 2. This way, Jiangli's mech force returned to 510212. His energy points had also been reduced to 1796250 points. Mechanical Crocodile Emperor, no. Dake 02, step forward. Jiangli said. Yes. Boom. Boom. The ground shook slightly. Dake 02 walked up to Jiangli and saluted. Yes. I see. Jiangli nodded and spent 28,000 energy points to upgrade Dake 02 to the perfected stage of level 2. White light flashed around him. A few seconds later, the promotion was completed. Continue. Buzz. Jiangli used 2 more level 3 soul tinders and 20,000 energy points to upgrade Dake 02 to the early stage of level 3. It awakened its mechanical psionic energy and became a psionic Imperial Crocodile Ranger. Roar. The 16-meter-long Crocodile King roared. Very good, he said. Jiangli felt the aura coming from the psionic Crocodile Emperor and was even more satisfied. He immediately used 28,000 energy points to upgrade the psionic Crocodile Emperor by 3 levels. He directly advanced to the perfected stage of Tier 3. Woo woo woo. Dake 02's aura grew even stronger. Let's go back to the city, Jiangli said. Yes. More than 100,000 match followed Jiangli. Within the county. Whoosh. The blood-refining array in the sky continued to flash. Nearly 400,000 human soldiers were killing the demons in the city. Their eyes were gradually turning red. It could be seen. It was as if every soldier's eyes had been dyed red by blood and killing intent, as if an invisible killing intent had enveloped them. The murderous aura of the army grew stronger and stronger. Luo Yulin's face turned slightly pale. One had to know. For the entire day, Jiangli's attacks were fast. Every time he took down a demon city, he would kill all the demons in the city. Nearly 1 million of them died in his hands. Until now, Luo Yulin could hear the shrill screams of the demons in her ears. Illy. Luo Qianshui walked over, still in her silver armor. She gently patted Luo Yulin's shoulder and said, "You have to learn to relax. This is war. And it's a war between 2 races." Yes. Luo Yulin gently nodded and took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. She murmured, "Big Sister Qianshui, I understand what you're saying. But can Jiangli really win this time? He has to face the entire Yao Nation. Moreover, Kaimai from the Kaimai Yao Nation is a true Tier 4 expert. How can he defeat her?" Luo Yulin asked. Luo Qianshui was silent for a moment. She looked up at the night and said, "Jiangli has no other way out. This is the only way he can go. He'll either succeed or die. After the result of the battle between the Qian dynasty and the Wuzhu sub-league is revealed, no matter which side wins, Jiangli will be dealt with. The Red Eyebrow Empire and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom also have irreconcilable grudges with Jiangli. So, Jiangli has to take a risk. As long as he can take down the Red Eyebrow Empire and show his strength to the surrounding kingdoms, he can deter them. Otherwise, when the war is over and the dynasties are free, Jiangli will face unprecedented pressure. He has to find a way to break out of this situation." But Luo Yulin was stunned. "Can we really win?" He. Luo Qianshui smiled and said jokingly, "Yulin, didn't you trust Jiangli before? Why did you suddenly change?" "That's not the same." Luo Yulin said, "Previously, at the border defense line of Qianshui City, we only faced a few 100,000 barbarian soldiers. This time, it's the entire Yao Nation. It's done." Luo Qianshui rubbed Luo Yulin's hair. "Believe in him. We are on the same side as Jiangli. We can only believe that he can win, conquer the Red Eyebrow Empire, and build a human dynasty. When the time comes, we'll still be the followers of the dragon. The work of following the dragon." Luo Yulin nodded and didn't say anything else. She continued to operate the blood refining array, turning all the monster corpses on the ground into blood refining pills. In reality, it wasn't just Luo Qianshui and Luo Yilin. Luo Ming, Jin Miru, Feng Wuqian, Cao Pipei, and the other commanders of the county army were also discussing in low voices about their future. Obviously, they didn't have enough confidence. Haha, I have to say that it has only been a short while and my cultivation has actually broken through a small level. I'm already at the perfected stage of Tier 2. This speed of improvement is too fast. Shanglin stopped his cultivation and his internal force calmed down. He then laughed and said, "It's all thanks to those blood refinement pills. Without them, how could my strength have improved so quickly?" Me too. The soldiers in my army have all improved a lot. Many of them have condensed their internal force and broken through to the early stage of level 1. Jing Muru and the others raised their heads and glanced at Shanglin without saying anything. Let's think about what we should do when the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom receives the news. Luo Ming said. At that time, if Red Eyebrows personally leads an army to attack us, I think we don't need to think about it anymore. We should just kneel and surrender. Feng Wuqian shrugged. A Tier 4 expert, what do we have to fight her? Cao Pipei took a deep breath. Isn't there still Lord Jiangli? Shanglin said, have you forgotten that Lord Jiangli has more than 100 perfected stage level 3 experts under his command? There's also a top-tier perfected stage level 3 expert who can break a level 3 military formation. By then, we can attack Kaimai together. We still have a chance to win. So, don't be too pessimistic. That's because you don't know how strong a Tier 4 martial artist is. Jin Muyan sneered. If you've ever seen a 4th-tier master in action, you'll understand why a 4th-tier master is known as a national guardian level. Now that I think about it, I'm starting to envy Wu Yon. Ji Yushan, he laughed bitterly. Although his military power has been taken away, he has been left behind to guard the Red Dragon County capital. At least he can keep his life. But we're afraid. Why don't we find an opportunity to escape? Feng Wuqian suddenly said. This buy-in. Luo Ming and the others looked at each other and their eyes were moved. Escape. If you want to run, then run. Suddenly, Shanglin stood up and glanced at Jin Miru and the others. His eyes were filled with disdain as he slowly said, I know. It's normal to be afraid of death. No one isn't afraid of death. The Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom is very strong. I'm also very clear that Tier 4 is very strong. However, during the time I fought with Jiangli, I got things I've never gotten before. Level 2 internal strength mental cultivation methods, Level 3 carnate cultivation methods, blood refining pills, precious pills, and a lot of wealth. It's only been a few days and I've already broken through to the perfected stage of Level 2. I even have the chance to step into Level 3 and become a carnate martial artist. This is something I've never thought of before. If you want to get it, you have to pay. That's why I'm going to follow Jiangli. I'll follow him with all my heart because I can see my own future in him. If Jiangli succeeds, he'll take down the Red Eyebrow Empire and establish a human dynasty. And I, Shanglin, will also rise to the heavens in a single bound. Luo Ming and the others were stunned. You're so silly. Jin Muyan opened his mouth. Let's go. Shanglin waved his hand and turned to leave. HMPH. Ji Yushan, he laughed coldly. How foolish. Actually, Shanglin's words are not without reason. Luo Ming said. There's no reason at all. No. Jin Muyan shook his head. I think he's blinded by the benefits in front of him. He can't see the situation clearly. Besides, we are fighting for Jiangli, isn't it right for us to get these? Then are we still going to run? Feng Wuqian asked in a low voice. Luo Ming and the others rolled their eyes at Feng Wuqian. Run, my ass. In this situation, where could he escape to? Furthermore, Shanglin was determined to follow Jiangli. If he really tried to escape, he would definitely tell Jiangli. Therefore, he could only take it one step at a time. Feng Wuqian rubbed his nose awkwardly. Obviously, he had made a very stupid suggestion. Boon. 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 At this moment, at the county city's gate, Jiangli returned to the county city with more than 100,000 newly made mechs. He attracted the attention of the human soldiers. What is this? Luo Ming's eyes widened. Where did these 100,000 power soldiers come from? Jingmu Ru cried out in shock. This Bayan. Are these soldiers Jiangli's new subordinates? Ancient puppetry. Sci-fi. It's true. It must be true. Jiangli really mastered the ancient puppetry and can make powerful puppet soldiers. I knew there was something wrong with Jiangli's soldiers. When they were injured in the battle, the wounds didn't bleed at all and they didn't have any biological structure. Puppet soldiers. Jiangli has brought out so many power soldiers again. Everyone was extremely shocked. Half an hour later, the rest was over. The injured soldiers who could not participate in the battle all stayed in the county city of Yahuan County. The entire army set off. They headed to the next large county in the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom, Wushuan County. It was located on the west side of Yahuan County. The distance was very close. Inside the YS-01 cockpit, Buzz. Jiangli sat in the passenger seat and opened the Dominator panel. Activate Soul Tinder Fusion. He fused all the level 1 Soul Tinders and obtained 20 level 2 Soul Tinders. Then, he fused all the level 2 Soul Tinders. 40 level 2 Soul Tinders could only be fused 4 times. He had only succeeded once. He had obtained a level 3 Soul Tinder. I used 2 stage 3 Soul Tinders to level up the Psionic Imperial Crocodile Cavalry. I still have 25 stage 3 Soul Tinders left and I can fuse them twice. Jiangli looked at the level 3 Soul Tinder. Obviously, Jiangli wanted to try to fuse the level 3 Soul Tinder. However, the success rate of fusing a tier 3 Soul Tinder was too low. The success rate of fusing 10 level 1 Soul Tinders into 1 level 2 Soul Tinder was 1/3, and the success rate of fusing 10 level 2 Soul Tinders into level 3 Soul Tinders was 1/6. The success rate of 10 stage 3 Soul Tinders fusing into a stage 4 Soul Tinder was only 1 in 9. So, under normal circumstances, Jiangli needed 90 level 3 Soul Tinders to make sure he could get 1 level 4 Soul Tinder. He only had 25. It could only be fused twice. Chapter 220 Anger. Fuse. Jiangli thought for a while and finally chose to merge the 20 Soul Tinders. It was only a matter of time before he fused a tier 4 Soul Tinder. That would be very dangerous. After all, the success rate was only 1 in 9. He activated the Tinder fusion function. Sure. The fusion interface appeared. In the interface, 10 tier 3 Soul Tinders appeared clearly. The pure white light spots were neatly arranged in a row and then slowly gathered in the middle. There was a pure white light shining. Merging in progress. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7. A notification appeared. Jiangli was waiting quietly. He couldn't help but feel nervous and excited. He hoped that it would work and that he could form a level 4 Soul Tinder. However, Jiangli knew it too. The failure rate of fusing a rank 3 Soul Tinder was too high, so it was normal to fail twice. He was looking forward to it, but he didn't have much hope. No matter what. Let's fuse first. Even if he failed both times, he had accumulated the number of times. The success rate of the next fusion would naturally increase, and there would always be a time when the fusion succeeded. Whoosh! The next moment, Jiangli saw a large area of dazzling white light filling the entire interface. Fusion failed. 4 big red words jumped out. As expected. Jiangli sighed. He was a little disappointed, but it was within his expectations. Let's fuse the remaining 10 as well, Jiangli said. Sure. The fusion began. 10 white tier 3 Soul Tinders were fused. 10 seconds later. Whoosh! Jiangli saw a large area of dazzling white light filling his field of vision, covering the entire fusion interface, and then 4 red words popped up again. Fusion failed. Okay. Jiangli closed all the interfaces in front of him, then leaned back in the front seat and closed his eyes to rest. Out of sight, out of mind. An hour later, Jiangli's army entered the territory of Wishwan County. The army marched on. They passed by several demon villages. Due to the large number of soldiers, the march naturally caused a lot of commotion, attracting the attention of the villagers. This was unavoidable. Let's go. Jiangli didn't bother with the villagers. He went straight to the nearest demon city. Those were humans, right? That's right. The human race. And it's a human army. Sci-fi. How did the human army enter our Wishwan County? What's going on? Quickly think of a way to inform the demon city lord and the others. I'm afraid something big is going to happen. Many of the demon villagers were discussing in fear. 10 minutes later, it was one of the 5 demon cities of Wishwan County, Flat Eagle City. Jiangli's army had arrived outside the city. In Eagle City, at night, most of the demon citizens were fast asleep, and only the demon soldiers on patrol were lazily patrolling the city walls. They didn't know a disaster was about to befall them. Attack the city. Attack. Jiangli looked at the city ahead, then waved his right hand and gave the order to attack. Kill. After that, the entire army charged forward. Boom. Boom. The artillery fired from behind. Another siege began. On the other side, the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom's palace. It was late at night. Report. Report. Outside the palace, the Tier 2 perfected stage demon commander who had escaped immediately jumped off the horned scale horse. As he was in too much of a hurry, he couldn't stand firm when he jumped off and even rolled a few times on the ground. Bang! The horned scale horse fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Not long after, it lost its life. Obviously, the horned scale horse had run to its death. Commander Ying, what happened? Why are you so flustered? Didn't you go with the general to fight against Jiangli? The guard at the palace gate asked doubtfully. Let me see His Majesty. The Eagle commander raised his head, his eyes filled with anxiety and fear. He grabbed the guard's arms tightly and shouted. This Bayan. The guard was also dumbfounded, but he had a faint feeling that something big had happened. All right, he said. The guard immediately nodded. A few minutes later, in the palace, outside the bedchamber, the Eagle commander knelt on the ground. A few guards were standing beside Commander Ying. Your Majesty. Commander Ying lowered his head and said loudly, the million-strong demon army was annihilated. General Naiwuya died in battle. Jiangli has invaded our country with his million-strong army. Silence. The surroundings were completely silent. Only a cold breeze blew past. The guards' eyes widened and they were completely dumbfounded. They looked at Commander Ying with a dumbfounded expression. It was like a dream. One had to know. That was a million-strong demon army, and they were the elites of the Yao nation. They had the rank 3 by an army formation and were personally led by Chuwuya. The entire army had been annihilated. Even General Naiwuya had died in battle. Such news was too shocking. They found it hard to believe. Furthermore, Jiangli dared to invade the Red Eyebrow Empire. He's dead. The next moment, Kaimai's delicate voice came from the sleeping hall. Her tone was also full of disbelief. She obviously did not expect this to happen. Jiangli. Roar. Kaimai's angry roar came out, and an extremely terrifying aura pressure surged out from the sleeping hall. The surrounding spiritual energy was shaking violently, and the roar of a dragon resounded in all directions. In the air, it was a 3-clawed red dragon that was slowly forming. Pass on my order. All civil and military officials are together at the Red Cloud Palace in half an hour. Kaimai's majestic voice came out. It was cold and deep. It was full of pressure. Yes. The guards responded in a respectful tone. Half an hour later, the Red Cloud Palace. On the throne, Kaimai was sitting there, surrounded by a red mist. Waves of power spread out and shrouded the entire Red Dragon Hall. Below, the civil and military officials of the Yarrow Kingdom were all gathered together. They all lowered their heads when they felt the terrifying aura from Kaimai. They were a little nervous and terrified. Obviously, they could not understand why His Majesty was so angry. This kind of thing, it had only happened once. Back when the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom invaded the Red Eyebrows Fey Kingdom, the Fey Kingdom's commandu princes did not manage to defend their cities well. As a result, the 5 counties of the Fey Kingdom were seized and the fate of the nation was greatly damaged. His Majesty was furious. Hence, His Majesty had personally led the imperial army of the Yarrow Nation and fought the barbarian king of the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom for a day and a night. The power of that battle was still etched in their minds. It was too terrifying. In the end, the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom retreated. The 5 counties were taken back. The county kings of the 5 counties were beheaded in public right outside the palace in front of the demon people. His head hung there for 7 days and 7 nights. Do you know that tonight I received a very bad news? Kaimai raised her head slightly. Her red eyes were like crystal red gems and there was a diamond-shaped red scale between her eyebrows. Her tone was too calm as she looked at the civil and military officials below. Your Majesty, please explain. Your Majesty, the civil and military officials said. Commander Yin. You tell them, said Red Eyebrows. Yes. Commander Yin knelt on the ground and saluted Kaimai. He then said, General Naiwea led 1,000,000 demon soldiers and was attacked by Jiangli's army when he passed by the Red Dragon County. In the end, General Naiwea burned his blood and died for the country. The 1,000,000 demon soldiers were all killed. Jiangli's army is invading other counties. What? What did you just say? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Nonsense, this is utter nonsense. How could General Shiwuya die in battle? This one and I. In the surroundings. Jiangli. The civil and military officials widened their eyes and shouted. They couldn't accept the news and couldn't believe that Jiangli had such a terrifying army. 1,000,000 demon soldiers. The entire army had been annihilated. This was a huge blow to the Red Eyebrows Yarrow Kingdom. The chief general had actually died in battle. That's enough. Kaimai rebuked, I didn't hear you quarreling here. Now I just want to ask, why is your patrol department so unbearable? Why did I only receive the news now? And I heard it from Commander Yin. Are you all useless? Patrol department. Your Majesty. Plop. The head of the inspection department, Q Yan, knelt on the ground in fear and kept kowtowing. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Please forgive me. Shua. At this moment, a red messenger bird flew in from outside the hall and landed on Q Yang's shoulder. It chirped a few times, but Q Yang knelt down and didn't dare to move. What's wrong? And you want me to personally invite you to check the information? Kaimai said coldly. No, I wouldn't dare. With trembling hands, Q Yang took the letter from the messenger bird's feet, then slowly opened and read its contents. This Bayan. After that, Q Yang's face was pale, completely devoid of blood. His pupils could not help but widen, and he did not even notice the letter falling from his hand to the ground. What's going on? Q Yang, what happened? Are you dumb? The civil and military officials berated him in low voices. At this moment, a few civil officials were closer to the sparrow's voice, so they lowered their heads and looked at the letter that had fallen to the ground, seeing its contents. This one and I. Red Dragon County, Yehuan County, and Wishuan County have all been conquered by Jiangli's army in 1 day and 1 night. Jiangli's army is marching toward Hula County. 3 counties. The entire 3 counties. Jiangli took it down in 1 day and 1 night. Sigh. In the surroundings, the sound of gasps could be heard. Your Majesty. The demon ministers looked up at Kaimai on the throne. All of you are trash. Kaimai stood up. Her red robe drooped and covered her graceful figure. She was surrounded by a red mist. Jiang Li took 3 counties in one day. Qiu Yan, pass on my order. The 100,000 Imperial Guards of the Yarrow Nation are to gather. All the county kings of the 31 counties in the country are to immediately dispatch a large number of troops and head to Hulao County as fast as possible. I want them to arrive within a day. Those who disobey will be beheaded. Yes. Qiu Yan nodded. I'll do it now. Kai Mai took a deep breath. Jiang Li alone is enough for me to deal with. The Qian dynasty is in chaos and my Red Eyebrow Empire is in chaos. Chapter 221 The Devil. Tiger Cage County. Star Demon City, one of the 6 demon cities. Early in the morning. Last night, Jiang Li's army took down Wishwan County and plundered a lot of resources. Jiang Li also got a lot of energy points. At the same time, after killing a large number of demon soldiers, he had also obtained many soul tenders. At this moment, let's go. Jiang Li's army had arrived and started attacking Star Demon City. The entire army launched an attack. Shells were fired, mechs charged, and tanks crushed. The perfected stage mech swept the battlefield. The Star Demon City was about to be taken down. However, something unexpected happened. Kill. Charge. Roar. Whoosh. 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 It could be seen. From all directions. There were many demon armies and their battle cries shook the sky. The Grade 2 army formation was activated, forming a huge army beast that was hundreds of meters long. Countless sharp arrows shot over, forming a rain of arrows that filled the sky. Set up the formation. Shang Lin and the rest shouted in unison. Buzz. The murderous aura of the army gathered. Instantly, the Grade 2 battle formation was formed and a huge black tiger was formed. It had a pair of wings on its back and was a few hundred meters long. It roared continuously as it blocked the sharp arrows that filled the sky. Where did these demon soldiers come from? Luo Min looked at the demon army charging towards him and his tone was a little confused. It should be the armies of the other demon cities in Hulao County. I think all the armies from the county city of Hulao County are here. There are quite a number of them, at least 200,000. Jin Muru guessed. Yes. Cao Pipe nodded and murmured, we've taken down Red Dragon County, Yahuan County, and Wishwan County. The news must have spread. I guess the Zhengwang of Hulao County gathered the entire county's army after he received the news. 200,000. Hee, are you here to die? Ji Yushan, he laughed coldly, we have 1,000,000 troops. With just 200,000 demon soldiers, what are we doing here if not seeking death? That's the best decision. If the king of Hulao Prefecture doesn't do this, Jinmaru said, are you going to wait for us to occupy their demon cities one by one and then take down his county? They can only gather all their forces and fight us to the death. Kill. Boon. 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 The next moment, the armies of both sides fought against each other. The 200,000 demon soldiers of Hulao Prefecture were completely suppressed by the sheer number and quality of the soldiers. Be careful. These soldiers are all at the perfected stage of Stage 1. This one and I, this one and I. The Great Circle of Rank 3. A perfected Stage 3 Xianqian Realm Warrior. Ah. On the battlefield. The demon soldiers' screams rang out continuously. Psionic Heavy Sword Slash. Boon. The 2 psionic Imperial Crocodile cavalrymen entered the battlefield and directly slashed out their strongest sword. The psionic sword rays were hundreds of meters long, like sword-shaped mountains. After the sword slashed down, he had killed tens of thousands of demon soldiers. A terrifying sword mark nearly 1,000 meters long was left on the ground. On the battlefield, the demon soldiers were all dumbfounded and their faces were filled with fear. The 5 city lords of the demon city were trembling all over. Their hands and feet were cold and their blood seemed to have frozen. He was too strong. Kill. Shua. 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 More than 100 perfected stage level 3 mechs entered the battlefield and killed demon soldiers one after another. Nearly 5,000 perfected stage level 2 mech formed a destructive force. Jiang Li, the king of Tiger Cage County, the Crimson Gold Tiger, had a tiger head and a human body. His fur was crimson gold and his body was huge. His forelimbs were thick and strong. His cultivation had reached the late stage of level 3, but he had not transformed into a human. Buzz. His bloodline was ignited. A huge tiger's shadow appeared, burning with golden flames. Boom. However, the 10 exoskeleton armor mech charged over and punched. In just a few moves, the red gold tiger was severely injured and spat out blood. Ah! The scarlet gold tiger cried out in pain. He was completely powerless to resist. The difference was too great. Even if he burned his bloodline and reached the perfected stage of level 3, he was still no match for 10 mechs. Jiang Li, you won't live for long. His Majesty has given the order. All the troops from the major counties will be here soon. His Majesty is leading 100,000 Imperial Guards of the Yao Kingdom. Jiang Li. The red gold tiger roared before it died, you have nowhere to run. No one can save you. It's the stupidest decision you've ever made to attack the Red Eyebrow Empire. Fut. WGGZJ01's fist landed and crushed the Crimson Gold Tiger's head. Buzz. Immediately, a white light spot flew out of the Crimson Gold Tiger's body and merged into Jiang Li's body. He immediately felt like he had improved. Acquired a Tier 3 Soul Tinder. Another Level 3 Soul Tinder. Jiang Li was overjoyed. He looked at the red gold tiger's body and smiled. I really have to thank you. Not only did you send me the information before you died, but you also dropped a level 3 soul tinder. You are a good Yarrow. Did you guys hear what you said? Luo Ming swallowed his saliva. Yes. Ji Yushan, he nodded his head heavily. Of course I did. The Demon King just said that Kai Mai has already received the news and is preparing to mobilize the entire country to kill us. The Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom has a total of 35 counties. Excluding the Red Dragon County, Yahuan County, Wishuan County, and Tiger Cage County, there are 31 counties left. Even if each county only sends out 100,000 demon soldiers, there will still be more than 3 million demon soldiers in total. How can we fight against such a number? Not to mention that Kai Mai has personally taken action. Cao Pipe said. What do we do now? Jin Muru looked at everyone. Let's talk to Lord Jiang Li first. Feng Wuqian suggested. Half an hour later, the demon army of 200,000 was completely annihilated. The war was over. Whoosh! Luo Yilin immediately set up a blood refining array and refined all the corpses on the battlefield into blood refining pills, which were stored in porcelain bottles. They would then be distributed to the human soldiers. After consuming it, the porcelain bottle had to be taken back. Sure. Jiang Li opened the Dominator panel. The number of soul tinders increased again because he had taken Wishuan County and Tiger Cage County. He had killed nearly 400,000 monster soldiers. The number of Stage 1 Soul Tinders reached 4980, Stage 2 Soul Tinders reached 120, and Stage 3 Soul Tinders reached 6. Take over the Star Demon City quickly and search for resources. The injured soldiers will immediately take the blood refinement pills to recover from their injuries. The soldiers who cannot participate in the battle will stay in this Star City. Go. Jiang Li ordered. Yes. Luo Ming and the others immediately led the soldiers to do as they were told. Fuse. Soon after, Jiang Li fused all the soul tinders he got. 10 minutes later, the fusion ended. After fusing 4,980 level 1 soul tinders, he had obtained 165 level 2 soul tinders. Then, he could fuse 28 times with 285 level 2 soul tinders. He had successfully obtained 5 level 3 soul tinders. There were 5 level 2 soul tinders left and 11 level 3 soul tinders. Ruler, the resources of Star Demon City have been gathered. Just nice. After Jiang Li merged the soul tinder, Luo Ming and the others did as Jiang Li asked. They gathered all the resources in Star Demon City and put them in the mansion of the city lord. All right, he said. Okay. Jiangli nodded and went to the Castellan mansion. He converted the 11 lower spiritual crystals and all the herbs he collected and got 157,000 energy points in total. The soldiers who were too injured to join the battle could not move with the army. They had to stay in Star Demon City for the safety of the soldiers. The demon civilians in Star Demon City could not be allowed to live. Therefore, they massacred the entire city. It was refined into blood refinement pills. 10 minutes later. Let's go. Let's go. Jiangli left Star Demon City with his army and headed to the next demon city in Tiger Cage County. This was because the demon army in the entire Tiger Cage County had basically been completely annihilated. So, Jiangli's next move was almost unimpeded. He took down the remaining 5 demon cities in Tiger Prison County as fast as he could, along with the county capital. In the Red Eyebrows Fey Kingdom, there were many demon sparrows flying in the air at an extremely fast speed, like bolts of lightning, sending messages. The intelligence was sent to various parts of the Red Eyebrows Fey Kingdom. What? Has Tiger Cage County fallen so quickly? 200,000 demon soldiers were annihilated. This Bayan. Jiangli is heading to the Black Jail County, which is the closest to Tiger Cage County. Hurry up. Immediately change the direction of the army. Head to the Black Jail County. Hurry. If I remember correctly, the Black Jail Prefecture's county king, the Black Jade Shark, died a strange death half a month ago. The candidate for the county king has not been confirmed yet. Also, there's been news recently that a devil has appeared in the Black Jail Prefecture. The Black Jade Shark died after its soul was devoured by the devil. Within the Red Eyebrows Yara Kingdom, because of Kaimai's order, all the county kings in the country immediately led the troops of their counties to Hulao County at the fastest speed. At the same time, the intelligence network of the patrol department was operating at a crazy pace. The demon sparrows were constantly sending the latest news to the armies of the various counties. The devil. Among the 6 races, human, monster, barbarian, devil, god, and ghost. A bizarre creature born from the union of the Devil Clan and the Ghost Clan. One had to know. The gods and devils were above the 9 heavens, while the Ghost Clan resided in the 9 nethers. The demon, god, and ghost clans. They were stronger than humans, demons, and barbarians. It had all sorts of unbelievable abilities. Strange creatures like devils possessed the abilities of the demon and ghost clans. They could even give birth to some strange powers that were beyond imagination and hard to grasp. In Tiger Cage County, the armies of the counties closest to Tiger Cage County had arrived at the territory of Tiger Cage County first. They passed by several demon cities, but they could only see empty cities. There were no demons. We are late. The Commander Prince of Dragon Python County, Ling Man, said in a deep voice, Jiangli has already left Tiger Cage County. I'm afraid he's already in Black Jail County. Spirit Python, I knew you would be one step ahead of me. Not long after. From another direction, an army of 150,000 demon soldiers marched over in a grandiose manner. It was the army of Mozu County, one of the 35 counties of the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom. The king of the county was He Mozu. He Zheng Wan. Ling Man greeted. Rumble. The ground shook slightly. In front, dust and dirt flew into the air. It was a large number of cavalrymen, all wearing heavy armor and looking very powerful. It's the Centaur County's cavalry, He Mozu said. Chapter 222, The Sculpture. At this moment, the 3 demon countries' commandery princes who were closest to Tiger Cage County had already gathered together and were running. The number of demon soldiers had reached about 400,000. The Duke of Spirit Python, the Duke of Crane. The commandery prince of Centaur County, Ma Yinjun, was a muscular and handsome centaur. He carried a huge black longbow on his back as he slowly walked over. Ma Zheng Wan. The Spirit Python and He Mozu called out in succession. Do you have any clues or traces of Jiangli? Ma Yinjun asked. The Spirit Python and He Mozu looked at each other, then the Spirit Python said, I led the army of Spirit Python County all the way here. We passed by 3 demon cities, but all of them were empty. Jiangli might have arrived at the Black Jail County. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and increase the speed of the army. Ma Yinjun shouted. Wait a moment. He Mozu berated and stopped Ma Yinjun. Ma Zhengwan, don't be so reckless. Did you forget that Jiang Li's army isn't easy to deal with? They are very strong. Even General Li Wei's million-strong demon army was killed by Jiang Li. Even Li Wei died in the battle. Think about it. We are just demon soldiers. How can we defeat Jiang Li? So, don't be anxious. Let's wait until the armies of the other counties have arrived and have all gathered before we talk. Ahem. The spirit python coughed lightly and said, it's not that we are afraid of death. We are just trying to avoid unnecessary casualties and sacrifices. We know that the enemy is too strong, but we still want to charge forward. This is no longer bravery. We are just going to die. This Yin Luo. Ma Yinjun muttered to himself for a moment before nodding. You two are right. Let's wait a little longer. I believe that the armies from the other counties will be here soon. The spirit python said. At this moment, Jiang Li had entered the territory of the Black Jail County. However, not long after Jiang Li entered the Black Jail County, he noticed that something was wrong. It seemed like some disaster had happened. On the way, they passed by several demon villages and found that the demon villages were all as thin as firewood, their faces were sallow, and they looked like they were on the verge of death. It was as if it had been sucked dry by something. What's going on with these demons? Jiang Li was confused. In front of the army, Luo Ming and the others led the human army to the front. They looked around and found that the surroundings were rather desolate. They even saw the corpses of demons and humans lying on the side of the road. These corpses were so thin that only their bones were left. This Bayan. Luo Ming and the others looked at each other, their faces full of astonishment. Something's not right. Jin Mu muttered. There's something wrong with this Black Jail County, there's definitely something wrong. Jiu Shani said. Is there a famine? Are these demon people in a famine? That's why they are so thin. Or even starved to death. Feng Wuqian guessed. Impossible. Cao Pipei shook his head. The demons were in a famine. How was that possible? This kind of guess was completely blind. Even if there was a famine, it would not be limited to just one county. Sure. Jiang Li ordered the holographic mech to control the holographic camera. It floated in the air and projected the situation within 10 kilometers clearly in front of Jiang Li. It's here. Let's get a closer look. I'm here. Jiang Li pointed at a place on the screen and said. Yes. QX01 nodded. In front of him, the holographic projection screen enlarged quickly. A village of monsters gradually appeared in front of Jiang Li, becoming clearer and clearer. In the image, inside the demon village, Jiang Li saw a huge black statue. The black sculpture was 9 meters tall and looked a little ferocious. It had a pair of spiral horns on its head, a pair of black bat wings on its back, and a thick tail like a crocodile tail. Around the sculpture, a large number of demi-humans knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the black statue. Black streams of air were emitted from their bodies and poured into the black statue. After that, the faces of the demi-humans turned paler and paler as if their spirits had been sucked dry. However, their faces were filled with joy. It was as if he had ascended to nirvana. It's related to this black statue. Jiang Li mumbled, it seems like it's related to this black statue. I just don't know what it is. It seems like it's absorbing the essence of these demon people. Sure. The holographic projection screen turned off. Increase the speed of the army and head to the nearest demon city. Jiang Li said. Yes. Luo Ming and the others replied. On the other side. Boon. 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 The ground was shaking. At the border of the Black Jail County, a large number of demon soldiers appeared. They were fully armed and well-equipped. They raised the flags of the county city, forming a vast sea of soldiers. Obviously, the Red Eyebrows Fey Kingdom's army had gathered. He looked around. They were all demon soldiers, forming a line that stretched as far as the eye could see. The number of demon soldiers had already exceeded 3 million. At the front of the army, 31 demon countries' commandery princes stood in a row. Every demon country's commandery prince was a level 3 demon. They had just awakened their bloodline, and there were strong and weak demons. Among them, there were only 3 complete stage level 3 demon country county kings, 7 late stage level 3 county kings, 9 mid stage level 3 county kings, and a total of 12 early stage level 3 county kings. County kings, we are all here today because of Jiang Li. Ma Yingjian looked at the various Zhengwang and laughed. He he. A few of the county kings only smiled, but most of them kept their mouths shut. By the way, do any of you know more about the situation in the Black Dungeon Prefecture? Huyuqing, your Jiu Fox County, is the closest to the Black Jail County. You should know better than us. I heard that the Black Jade Shark died. A few of the county kings asked. I'm not sure. Huyuqing was a female demon. However, she had a strong body, just like a strong man. Her weapon was a huge iron hammer, which she carried on her shoulder. She glanced at the other regional kings and said indifferently, I think it's related to the devil, but I don't know the details. Great. After I kill Jiang Li, I'll get rid of the devil. He's not going to let me off easily. Yes. That's reasonable. Indeed, we need to solve them. The other regional kings nodded in agreement. Obviously. They were very confident. Of course. The 31 counties had joined forces and the number of troops had exceeded 3 million. In addition, Kaimai had personally taken action. No matter how one thought about it, they would definitely win. Naturally, he was extremely confident. Her Majesty is about to arrive. Quickly prepare to receive her. At this moment, the county king of the Black Dragon County, one of the 3 peak stage rank 3 demon country county kings, Jiaolu, raised his head and said in a deep voice after receiving the message from the messenger bird. His Majesty is coming. Who tilde tilde who tilde who tilde. Everyone, pay attention. The demon country's county king shouted. A few minutes later. Shua. In the air. It was a red stream of light. In an instant, it had already appeared above the army, and waves of red light sprinkled down. Roar. Vaguely. A dragon's roar was heard. Unparalleled power. It was Red Eyebrows. Your Majesty. We pay our respects to your Majesty. The next moment, 31 demon countries' commander kings and more than 3 million demon soldiers all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the supreme figure in the sky. He looked around. Such a scene was somewhat shocking. Boon. Boon. The ground started to shake again. The demon soldiers raised their heads. They were the 100,000 Imperial Army soldiers of the Red Eyebrows Yarrow Kingdom. They marched in unison and lined up in an orderly manner. Every Imperial Army soldier was dressed in red armor and they looked like burning flames. There was a terrifying and unparalleled might that came from the attack. These are demon soldiers of the Imperial Army. Although it's not the first time I've seen it, I can't help but be shocked every time I see it. He's really too strong. Every single one of the Imperial Army's demon soldiers is at the perfected stage of level 1. They are all powerful soldiers that His Majesty has carefully selected. They are all veterans who have cultivated the same cultivation technique. With the blessing of the nation, they are able to set up a level 3 military formation. This time, even the Imperial Army has been mobilized by His Majesty. The demon country's commandery princes were in a heated discussion. Let's go. Kaimai lowered her head slightly and looked at the 3 million demon soldiers and the 100,000 Imperial guards. She nodded in satisfaction. These demon country's commandery princes did not disappoint her. In total, they had sent over 3 million demon soldiers and they were all elites. He didn't go against it. Yes. Yes, sir. All troops, move out. Get into formation. The various regional kings shouted. Roar. Roar. The next moment, the murderous military chi gathered and in the air above the demon army, huge battle formation beasts appeared, adding to the injuries of the demon soldiers. Buzz. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered. The momentum was huge. More than 3 million demon soldiers entered the Black Jail County. They followed the traces left by Jiang Li and moved at full speed. At this moment, it was one of the 7 demon cities in the Black Dungeon Prefecture. Black Demon City. Boon. Let's go. Jiang Li's army had arrived and started attacking Black Demon City. They took down Black Demon City as fast as they could. The psionic crocodile emperor cavalry cut down the city wall. Kill. The soldiers had entered the city. A massacre began. 10 minutes later, the 30,000 demon soldiers of Black Demon City were all killed. The city wall was covered with the corpses of demon soldiers. The smell of blood was strong, but Jiang Li was used to it. Where are the demons in the city? I didn't see him. What's going on? Jinmaru and the others led the human soldiers into the city, but they didn't find any traces of the demons. Every house was empty. Jiang Li walked into the city under the protection of YNSH-01 and the others. My lord. Jinmaru and the others immediately came over and reported to Jiang Li, we don't see any demon citizens in Black Demon City. Furthermore, these demon soldiers are clearly too weak. Yep. Cao Pipe nodded. I felt it too. Whoosh. In the air. The blood refining formation had been set up. The corpses of the demon soldiers were refined into blood refining pills. However, there was something wrong with these blood refining pills. This Bayan. Luo Yuan was holding a blood refinement pill in her hand. This blood refinement pill's luster was dim and there were traces of black patterns on it, emitting a strange aura fluctuation. Sir, there's something wrong with these blood refinement pills. Luo Yuan walked to Jiang Li with the blood refining pill and said, not only is the medicinal effect only 1/3 of the normal, but it also contains a very strange power. Before I figure out this strange power, I can't take these blood refinement pills for the time being. Luo Yuan said. Chapter 223 Recovery. Jiang Li took the blood refining pill from Luo Yuan and looked at it carefully, but he couldn't figure out what the strange energy was. If that's the case, don't distribute these blood refinement pills for the time being, in case something happens to the soldiers after they consume them. Jiang Li said. Yes. Luo Yuan nodded. Ah. Suddenly, from the center of the city came the screams of soldiers. They were extremely shrill and ear-piercing. What's going on? Jiang Li immediately looked up. Something has happened. Hurry up. It's the location of the city lord's mansion. Luo Ming and the others shouted. Ta-ta-ta-da. Dense footsteps. Let's go. The human soldiers rushed to the city lord mansion as fast as they could. Jiang Li also sent his match there and sped up. A few minutes later, in front of Black Demon City's city lord manor. This Bayan. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. It's this kind of sculpture again. Jiang Li looked ahead. A 19-meter-tall black sculpture came into view. It was much more magnificent than the 9-meter-tall sculpture Jiang Li saw last time. Furthermore, they looked exactly the same. Around the black sculpture, there were a few human soldiers' corpses lying on the ground, all of which had been sucked dry. There were about 150,000 demons in Black Demon City. All of them knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the black statue in prayer. Oh, great Holy Spirit, please release your supreme power to annihilate the human race that is invading Black Demon City and save our Black Demon City. Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit. The next moment, these demon people shouted in unison. Their expressions were crazy, like fanatical believers. They almost lost their minds. Their shouts were deafening. Woo woo woo. Immediately after, a large amount of black chi gushed out from the bodies of these demon dwellers and poured into the black sculpture in front of them, forming a thick black mist that could not be dispersed. Instantly. What's going on? Jiang Li felt a cold energy. Obviously. Sacred Spirit. Jiang Li took down the Black Demon City and killed 30,000 demon soldiers, which terrified the civilians. They put all their hopes on this so-called Sacred Spirit. Hence. And this happened. What is this? This is not normal. It's more than abnormal. It's a little strange. Luo Ming and the others swallowed their saliva and took a few steps back. He had never encountered such a situation before. Index 01, do it. Destroy this black sculpture immediately. Index 01. Jiangli had a vague feeling that the black statue in front of him was breeding something, so he sent out Index 01 without hesitation. Yes. Boon. Index 01 charged forward and activated his skill. Sprint. Charge. Its huge body was as fast as lightning as it charged towards the black sculpture. The demi-humans who were blocking Index 01 were sent flying. Ah. The screams continued. Whoosh. Mechanical psionic energy was released. Psionic control, bloodthirst, immense strength, psionic frenzy. The 4 skills were activated at the same time. Its might increased greatly. Psionic heavy sword slash. Finally. With all the powers combined, Index 01 raised the psionic imperial crocodile heavy sword in its hand. A sword light that was hundreds of meters long appeared, like a sword-shaped mountain. It charged towards the black sculpture. In the surroundings, the crowd looked over. Holy Spirit! Holy Spirit! Holy Spirit! The demons were shouting crazily like mad demons. A vast amount of black chi gushed out from the bodies of the demi-humans and fused into the black sculpture. G. The next moment, a sinister laugh came from within the black sculpture. Something terrifying had awakened. Catcher! Catcher! It could be seen. The black sculpture cracked open, and in the blink of an eye, the cracks had covered the entire body of the black sculpture. Boom! The sculpture exploded. The black shards flew in all directions, containing powerful kinetic energy, and crushed the kneeling demi-humans to death. After that, it was a 19-meter-tall monster with a ferocious face. It had a pair of spiral-shaped black horns on its head, wide black bat wings on its back, and a thick crocodile tail. Its arms drooped down, and its 5 fingers had sharp claws. He grinned. The corner of his mouth almost split his head into 2. He was resurrected. The black sculpture had resurrected. Clang. The sword-shaped mountain-like psionic energy sword projection that was hundreds of meters long slashed down toward the resurrected black sculpture. It contained extremely powerful might. Roar. The monster let out a deafening roar. The sound waves seemed to have substance as pitch-black chi spread out and filled its entire body. It spread its wings and protected its entire body. Clang. The sword ray landed on the wings, and a piercing sound like that of fine iron hitting each other was heard. The black gas and the psionic energy collided, and a series of explosions erupted. Thump. The next moment, the monster's wings flapped and a terrifying power erupted. It then shattered the psionic sword gleam and produced a powerful kinetic energy that sent Index 01 flying. Fut. Black blood dripped from the wings. Obviously, the monster was also injured by the sword radiance. Tier 3 perfection. Jiangli looked at the monster in front of him and took a deep breath. It must be a perfected stage level 3 if it can block the psionic imperial crocodile's full force attack. And it's one of the most top-notch ones. Kick. Hee, the monster laughed again. His voice was extremely harsh. He looked around at the demi-humans on the ground and then at Jiangli and the others. The human race. The monster was stunned for a moment, then said, interesting. The human army has actually reached the Black Jail County of the Red Eyebrows Fey Kingdom. The Red Eyebrows Fey Kingdom has indeed declined. However, I still have to thank you, puny human. If it wasn't for your appearance that put these demons in a dangerous situation where they were on the verge of death, how could they all serve me sincerely and offer everything they have? This clone of mine wouldn't have been born so quickly. Kick. He laughed sinisterly again, but it was a very happy laugh. A clone. Jiangli frowned. He just said that this is only his clone. Luo Ming gasped. This Bayan. If a clone is this powerful, then wouldn't his real body be at the 4th rank? Fuck. We've actually encountered an unknown tier 4 monster in the Black Jail County. Jin Miru and the others were also stunned. Devour. Whoosh! The monster opened its arms and an endless black aura spread out, enveloping the surroundings and covering all the demons. After that, countless wisps of black smoke were being devoured and gradually integrated into the monster's body. The demons fell down one by one. Each of the dead demons had a look of joy on their faces. They were so skinny that they were only skin and bones. Even their souls had been devoured. My lord, this monster is devouring these demons to strengthen itself. ZH-01 said. All level 3 mechs, attack and kill it. He ordered. Jiangli said immediately. Yes. Kill. Sure. 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 In an instant, 100 liquid metal soldiers, 10 exoskeleton armor soldiers, 3 psionic mammoth rangers, and 2 psionic crocodile emperor rangers. There were a total of 115 perfected stage level 3 mechs. At the same time, they charged towards the monster. Lowly human, how dare you attack the great devil Chris? You will pay a desperate price for this. The monster shouted in a deep voice. The devil? What's that? Jiangli was stunned. What's that? Devil? This monster is a devil born from the union of the devil and ghost clan. Such a thing actually appeared in the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom. No wonder this monster has such a strange and bizarre ability. My lord, be careful. Shang Lin and the others shouted. Boon. 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 The battle immediately erupted. The 100 liquid metal mechs attacked first and arrived in front of Chris. Their arms changed shape and turned into silver blades. Clang, 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 clang. Chris's wings closed, blocking the attacks one after another. Black energy surged, but he was still cut, and black blood spurted out. Boon. The 10 mechs charged over and punched Chris with their huge fists, sending his huge body flying. Ah! Rumble! Chris roared in anger as the buildings collapsed. Clang! Clang! The next moment, 2 huge psionic sword radiances descended from the sky and slashed toward Chris. Bastard! Roar! Die! Chris shouted in anger. He opened his mouth and spat out a black beam of light. It was like a pitch-black laser that shattered the psionic sword radiance. Catcher! Catcher! The 2 psionic crocodile emperor rangers were sent flying and their bodies emitted electric sparks. Their damage level had increased to about 10%. Psionic spear technique. 3 psionic mammoth rangers immediately charged over and 3 psionic spears pierced out. The black gas around Chris condensed to form a shield, but it was shattered by the spears and 3 bloody holes appeared on Chris's body. Human puppeteer, you're courting death. Damn it. Chris roared again. Although he was strong, he was no match for hundreds of perfected stage level 3 mechs. I'll let you know why the demons and ghosts are called the nemesis of human puppeteers. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Chris used some kind of secret technique and an invisible soul fluctuation spread out in all directions, forming a strange soul domain. Devil's domain! Chris shouted. With Chris as the center. In the surroundings, there was a hemisphere with a diameter of 10,000 meters that covered Jiangli and the others. Jiangli felt the pressure of his soul level. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his body. It was hard to move. Obviously, Chris had this special ability. He could control the power of souls, so he could bewitch living beings and make the demi-humans worship him blindly. His essence, energy, and spirit had all been devoured by Chris. Human puppeteer, begin to despair and wail. In my devil's domain, your soul will be suppressed and the soul thread that you use to control your puppets will lose its effect. Your puppets will become useless. Chris laughed wildly. Boom. However, the next moment, the exoskeleton armor mech's huge iron fist enlarged in front of Chris and punched him in the face. Chris was sent flying and his teeth were knocked out. You. Chris fell to the ground and looked at Jiangli in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing and screamed, "Why can your puppet still move? Why did you do that?" Jiangli shrugged. He really wanted to ask, when did I say that I was a puppeteer? There was more. Don't just randomly assign me a job. Chapter 224 Fragment. Chris thought that Jiangli was a human puppeteer and could make powerful puppets. He practiced puppetry and could control the puppets with his soul thread. Unfortunately, Jiangli wasn't. What ancient puppetry? What puppeteer? None of them. Jiangli's mechs weren't puppets, so they didn't need to be controlled by the soul thread. Each mech had its own ability and high intelligence. All the mechs were only following Jiangli's orders. They weren't controlled by the soul thread. There was a fundamental difference between them. So, from the very beginning, Chris had miscalculated. He thought that his own ability was Jiangli's nemesis. Even though Jiangli had a large number of complete stage level 3 puppets, he was still confident. The result. Reality had taught him a very profound lesson. Chris's miserable cry rang out. The silver light of the blade flickered. The 100 liquid metal mechs attacked continuously, forming countless blade lights that fell on Chris, leaving wounds on his body. Black blood splattered everywhere. No. No. Chris roared angrily, and fear appeared on his face. He no longer had the confidence and pride he had earlier, and he couldn't smile. Boon. 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 The 115 perfected stage level 3 mechs attacked together and completely suppressed Chris. Chris tried to fight back and break through the blockade of mechs. It was all in vain. Roar. Die. Chris spat out a dark energy beam from his mouth again. It shot at Jiangli like a laser cannon. Clang. The 100 liquid metal mechs melted into a liquid state, like silver mercury. They gathered together and formed a silver wall, blocking Chris' attack. This buy-in. Chris was completely dumbfounded. What kind of ability was this? It was actually able to turn from solid to liquid, completely changing its form and even combining them together. Such an incredible ability was probably even more bizarre than Chris's soul control. He even suspected who the devil was. Clang. Clang. 2 psionic crocodile emperor cavalrymen had already arrived. 2 psionic swords that were hundreds of meters long slashed down and sent Christian flying. 2 bloody wounds appeared on his chest. It was so deep that the bones could be seen. Chris let out a blood-curdling screech as he flew backward and crashed onto the ground. He was severely injured. Fut. 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 The next moment, the 3 spear lights pierced through the air and pierced through Chris's body, leaving 3 huge holes. He was almost dead. Finally, the 10 exoskeleton armor mechs jumped up and landed from the sky. Their huge iron fists smashed down at the same time and hit Chris' head with all their strength. A bang was heard. Chris's head exploded just like that. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Catcher! Catcher! After that, the body turned back into a statue and broke into pieces, turning into black gravel and scattering around. He's dead. This demon was killed by Lord Jiangli's subordinates. Everyone was discussing in shock. This is the devil. Jiangli walked over slowly with the mechs guarding him. He looked down at the black stone under his feet and kicked it. It turned back into a stone. In terms of strength, this abomination is indeed at the peak of the perfected stage of rank 3. Its ability is also a bit strange, as if it can control the power of the soul. I'm dead, Jiangli murmured, but she's still dead. Buzz. Suddenly, from the crushed stones in front of him, a pitch-black radiance gathered together and gradually condensed into a pitch-black spot of light. This pitch-black dot of light was pure black, as if it had swallowed all light. Sure. After that, the black light spot merged into Jiangli's forehead. Acquired a rank 4 Devil's Soul Tinder fragment, 1/7. Immediately after, Jiangli received a notification. What? What's this? Jiangli looked at it carefully. What's this? A special soul fire seed. The 4th rank Devil Soul Tinder fragment seems to be only 1/7 of it. This is interesting. Soul Tinder. Jiangli's eyes lit up. He murmured, since I've captured a special soul tinder, according to the rules of the game, if I remember correctly, I should be able to activate a special troop type. Sure. Jiangli immediately opened the Dominator panel and clicked on the Mechanical Special Army. Subsurface, special type of machinery. Troop type, Battlefield Commander, unlocked, able to build 340, Mechanical Demon, locked 1/7. Mechanical Demon Spirit. Jiangli looked at the information. As he expected, apart from the Battlefield Commander unit, there was also a special unit called Mechanical Demon. To unlock the Mechanical Demon Spirit, I need 7 level 4 Devil Soul Tinder shards. There are 7 demon cities in the Black Jail County. In that case, each demon city should have a devil's avatar. This is good too. My original plan was to take down these demon cities. Now, I can also collect level 4 Devil Soul Tinder fragments and unlock the Mechanical Demon Spirit. 2 birds with 1 stone. Soon after, Jiangli closed all the interfaces in front of him. On the other side, in the county city of the Black Jail County, in the Zhengwen Manor, within the palace, Shua, suddenly, 2 pitch-black beams of light appeared. Upon closer inspection, a middle-aged man with a square face was sitting in front of them. He opened his eyes. The black beam of light just now was the light from his pupils, and it had almost materialized. One of my clones has actually fallen. There was no trace of anger on his face. It was as calm as a dead man's face, but there were black patterns on it. The patterns interweaved between his eyebrows, forming a black pupil. Who is it? He muttered, is it Kaimai? With the abilities of my clone, it has reached the peak of the perfected stage of rank 3. Ordinary perfected stage rank 3 cultivators are no match for it. Only those at the 4th rank can kill them. If it's not Red Eyebrows, who is it? Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit. Suddenly, the cheers of countless demons could be heard from outside the prefecture lord's mansion. Their voices were filled with fervor, and there was an endless amount of black chi that surged out from their bodies. After that, they were all gathered together. The square-faced middle-aged man opened his mouth and sucked in all the black chi like a dragon drinking water. He refined and absorbed it. It's almost done. I just need to do this a few more times and I'll be able to break the shackles on my body. Then, I won't have to stay in this place anymore, he murmured with a smile. As for those clones, he pondered for a moment. Although it's a pity that it was created by a part of my soul, it seems that I can only give it up for now. However, the task of those clones has been completed. If it's gone, then it's gone. Obviously, the square-faced middle-aged man was worried that Red Eyebrows would be the one who dealt with the devil's avatar. If it was really Red Eyebrows, he would be sending himself to the door if he rushed over. Rather than taking this risk, it was better to stay in the Black Jail County city. As long as he absorbed a few more times and devoured all the essence chi of the entire county, he would be able to break the shackles on his body. At that time, even if Kaimai came, he would not be afraid. Furthermore, the demonic avatars in the 7 demon cities were just vessels used by the middle-aged man to collect the black gas. Then, the collected black gas would be passed to the middle-aged man for him to absorb. In reality, it wasn't just the 7 demon cities. There were black sculptures in many large demon villages in the Black Jail County. However, the black sculptures in those demon villages could not even be considered clones. He didn't need it anymore. The demon men and demon soldiers in the county city were enough to provide him with enough black chi. On the other side, within Black Demon City, half an hour passed. City Lord's Mansion. Jiangli had refined all the spiritual herbs, but there wasn't a single lower spiritual crystal. The demon named Chris probably took it away. Buzz. A white light flashed. All the herbs and spirit herbs had been transformed. It had disappeared. Conversion successful. You've received 1204700 energy points. A notification appeared. I've got 1 million energy points, Jiangli said. Speaking of this, Jiangli plundered the entire Wishwan County and gained 4870400 energy points in total. After taking down Tiger Cage County, he gained 5520100 energy points in total. The war had consumed 140700 energy points. They lost 3,000 perfected stage level 1 matches, 300 early stage level 2 matches, and 50 perfected stage level 2 matches. It was a small loss. It could almost be ignored. He had recovered a total of 750,000 energy points. It took 150,000 energy points to replenish the losses. In addition, he had just obtained 120,470 energy points from Black Demon City. Sure. The Dominator panel opened. In the energy points column, Jianglei's energy points had increased from 1796250 to 120915200. It was more than 120 million now. Although these energy points look like a lot, I can make more than 800,000 perfected stage level 1 matches and 120,000 early stage level 2 matches. Jianglei calculated in his mind and thought, if all of them are making perfected stage level 2 matches, then there will only be more than 8,000. If it's upgraded to the next level, I can only make 80 perfected stage matches. Currently, the mech army still lacks long-range attacks. Although the artillery and tank matches are powerful, they will be blocked by a Stage 2 army formation, and they won't be able to display their full power in a Stage 3 army formation. I'll make 10 laser weapon matches. Jianglei started to make new matches. Jianglei unlocked the laser weapon mech last time, but he didn't have enough energy points to build it. Now that he had enough energy points, he could build this new type of mech. Buzz. The manufacturing interface popped out. In the interface, an illusionary figure appeared and countless light spots filled it. Beside the illusionary figure, there was a number X10 representing the number to be created. A minute later, production complete. A notification appeared. Sure. 10 figures appeared in front of Jianglei out of thin air. They stood side by side and saluted at the same time. My lord. The 10 laser weapon match said at the same time. Chapter 225 The Laser. Yes. Jianglei was studying the laser weapon mech. First of all, the laser weapon mech had a lightweight exoskeleton armor that covered almost his entire body. His facial features and face were revealed. At the same time, their weapons were no longer cannons, but laser weapons. Although they were similar to guns in appearance and style, they fired laser weapons. It possessed extremely powerful destructive power. Early stage rank 3. The laser weapon mechs were only equipped with the laser pistols, and they had 2 guns at the waist, which were attached to the light exoskeleton armor. Sure. Unit type, laser weapon mech. Rank, early stage of rank 3. No, JGWQ01. Skill, level 3 low-grade laser weapon mastery. Equipment, dual laser guns. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirement, 200,000 energy points. Jianglei read the information of the laser weapon mech. JGWQ01, test out the power of the laser weapon. Jianglei said. Yes. JGWQ01 stepped out. Master, please give us your target. Ian Yingluo. Jianglei looked around, pointed at the city lord's mansion, and said, I'll take it. Yes. JGWQ01 nodded. Whoosh. After that, JGWQ01 pulled out the 2 guns on his waist and aimed at the city lord's mansion in front of him. He pulled the trigger and the muzzles were filled with blue light. Whoosh. The next moment, it was a laser beam that shot out from the muzzle. It was about the thickness of a baby's arm, just like the black beam of light that the devil's avatar had roared out. However, the diameter of the laser beam from the super laser pistol was much smaller. After that, Jianglei clearly saw 2 blue laser beams piercing through the entire mansion and spreading forward, piercing through buildings. These buildings were like tofu in front of the laser beams. It's all right. Okay. Jianglei took a look and nodded. Upgrade. Soon after, Jianglei then upgraded the 10 laser weapon match to the perfected stage of level 3. With a flash of white light, they completed the upgrade in a few seconds. It consumed a total of 14 million energy points. After the promotion, the laser weapon mechs were fully equipped, fully armed. It could be seen. Each of the perfected stage laser weapon mechs had a laser pistol and a portable exoskeleton armor. It was equipped with a super laser sniper rifle and a super laser cannon. At the same time, every laser weapon mech was wearing a pair of black glasses. Their eyes had been modified so that they could shoot out laser waves. In reality, compared to the super laser pistols, the super laser sniper rifle, and the super laser cannon, the laser eye of the laser weapon mech was the most powerful attack. Let's try. It's still this mansion, Jiang Li said. It's the same one. Yes. JGWQ-01 nodded and took the laser cannon from his back. It looked like a rocket launcher with a bright silver exterior and was placed on his shoulder. Boom. The next moment, the super laser cannon fired and the blue laser beam bombarded the city lord's mansion in front of them, causing a huge explosion. The light that filled the sky exploded. Dust filled the air. When the light and dust gradually dispersed, half of the city lord's mansion had collapsed, turning into ruins. All right. Okay. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. Why is the city lord's mansion gone? It seemed to have been destroyed by something. This power is too terrifying. Luo Ming and the others were dumbfounded as they looked at the city lord's mansion that had almost been reduced to ruins. Since the devil's clone in Black Demon City had been killed by Jiang Li, the strange energy attached to the blood refining pill had disappeared. In other words, he could consume the blood refinement pill now. However, its effect was only 1/3 of that of a normal blood refinement pill. But it was better than nothing. In order to test the power of the laser weapon mechs, Jiang Li spent a few minutes. After the test, he immediately gathered his troops and left Black Demon City. Without stopping, they headed to the next Demon City. It had been about an hour since Jiang Li left Black Demon City. Boom. 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 The ground shook. The 3 million demon soldiers of the Red Eyebrows Fey Kingdom arrived outside Black Fey City. 100,000 Imperial soldiers followed behind Kaimai, who was standing in the air and flying. This Bayan. Black Demon City has already fallen. We are late. Do you want to go into the city and take a look? The demon country's commandu princes looked at each other and then looked at Kaimai, who was standing in the air. Sure. Kaimai was like a red stream of light as he entered the Black Demon City. This is the mist, the aura of the devil. Red Eyebrows landed from the sky. Her bare feet did not touch the ground, about 10 centimeters above the ground. She looked at the corpses of the demon people on the ground. These corpses had an extremely happy expression on their faces, but they were so thin that they were only skin and bones. On the ground, there were also pieces of black gravel that gave off an ominous aura. A demon actually appeared in the Black Jail County. Kaimai's tone was a little gloomy, and he frowned slightly, but I haven't received any news. Your Majesty, let's go. At this moment, the demon country's regional kings entered the city one after another. They then saw the demon corpses all over the ground. The strange death with a happy smile on their faces caused their pupils to contract and their words to stop. How did these demons die? It seems like his essence, chi and spirit have been completely devoured. And the expressions on their faces are really too abnormal. In that case, the news about the demons appearing in Black Jail County is true, and the situation is more serious than we thought. The demon country's commandu princes discussed. Your Majesty, although Jiang Li's marching speed is fast, we should be able to catch up with him soon if we continue to follow the traces left by Jiang Li. Jiaolu said at this moment. Your Majesty, what should we do with the demons of Black Jail County? Another demon country's commandu prince, Chen Ling, who was at the perfected stage of level 3, asked. Whoosh! Kaimai waved her hand and a red flame spread out from her hand, turning into a sea of fire that covered the surroundings. After that, all the corpses of the demons were reduced to ashes in the sea of fire. All troops, move out. Stop. Kaimai shouted and gave an order, go to the county city of Black Jail County. Stop chasing. We'll wait for Jiang Li to come to us. I'll also take care of the demon in the Black Jail County's capital. Yes. Yes, sir. All the demon country's commandu princes nodded. But, Your Majesty, what about the demon citizens in the remaining 6 demon cities in the Black Jail County? If we don't keep chasing, Jiangli will take all the demon cities. Finally, the Tier 3 perfected stage Demon Kingdom King, Yang Huhu, said in a deep voice. Do you know what this is? Red eyebrows pointed at the black gravel on the ground. I don't know. Yang Huhu was stunned and shook his head. This is the remains of the Devil's Double after his death. Kaimai said, if I'm not wrong, the entire Black Jail County is probably under the control of that devil. The 7 demon cities are all under its control. There are devil avatars in all of them. The demon soldiers and citizens of the 7 demon cities are already half dead under the control of the demonic incarnation. We can only save them by killing the real demonic incarnation. If Jiangli wants to take down Demon City, he'll have to fight with the devil's clone. With the strength of the devil's clone, it won't be easy for Jiangli to deal with it. He'll lose a lot of soldiers. I'll use Jiangli to solve the problem in Black Jail County and weaken his strength. I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I see. Yang Huhu came to a realization and lowered his head. Your Majesty is far-sighted. I was too short-sighted and didn't know your plans and methods. I am ashamed. Let's go. Kaimai's figure rose into the air. All troops, move out. Rumble. The demon army of more than 3 million moved out. The formation was activated and the power was surging. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was shaking as they marched toward the county city of Black Prison County. In reality, according to Jiangli's plan, he would definitely go to the county city of the Black Dungeon County after taking down the 7 demon cities. Kaimai was clear about this. So, instead of chasing after him, it was better to go in front of Jiangli and wait for him in the Black Jail County's capital. At the same time, he could set up traps in the capital so that Jiangli would never return. Of course, Kaimai also wanted to get rid of the demon in the Black Jail County. This was confidence. He had great confidence in his own strength. It made her fearless. In Red Eyebrow's eyes, she could kill both the demon in the Black Dungeon County and Jiangli because she was the king of the Red Eyebrow Empire. Time passed. Jiangli moved forward step by step according to his plan and took over the demon city in the Black Jail County as fast as he could. At the same time, he also wanted the devil's clone in the city. Boon. The laser weapon mech played a very important role. 10 of them carried their super laser cannons and shot down the walls of Demon City. There were countless deaths and injuries. Boon. 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 The artillery shells exploded. Ah. A large number of demon soldiers died. Whoosh. On the battlefield, soul fire seeds flew out and merged into Jiangli's body. He caught one soul fire seed after another, most of which were level 1. KKKKK. In Demon City, the demi-humans shouted the name Holy Spirit in a frenzy, and the black sculpture came to life. A sinister smile rang out, and a huge monster appeared. It's actually the lowly human race. After that, the devil's clone said the same thing. I don't have time to waste with you. Let's go. Jiangli waved his hand and said, "Perfected stage level 3 mechs, go all out and kill this demonic clone as soon as possible." Yes. Sure. 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 The perfected stage level 3 mech charged over. Whoosh. 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 The 10 laser weapon mechs took off their black glasses at the same time. The laser eyes were activated and the red laser shock waves were shot out. Ah. PFFF. The abomination shrieked in pain as its body was pierced by the red laser shockwave. The black gas and bat wings were unable to stop it, and countless cracks spread all over its body. Catcher. Catcher. After that, his body fell and split into pieces, turning into black gravel. He was dead. Chapter 226 Chain. The laser weapon mech showed great power. The power of the laser eye was beyond Jiangli's expectation. It killed the demonic clone. One had to know. When he was in Black Demon City, he had spent a lot of time to get rid of the devil's clone, and some of his mechs had even been damaged. This time, he had killed it instantly. It was clean and crisp. Very good, he said. Jiang Li was even more satisfied with the laser weapon match. Whoosh! Immediately after, the black rocks on the ground emitted a black light. The pure black light gradually gathered, devouring all the light and turning into a black dot. Sure. The black light entered Jiang Li's body. Acquired rank 4 Devil's Soul Tinder Fragment, 2 sevens. A notification popped up. I have 2. Jiang Li was delighted and thought to himself, since it's a rank 4 Devil's Soul Tinder Fragment, the mechanical ink spirit created after the 7 fragments are fused has a high chance of being a rank 4 special type of soldier. Even if they are not at the 4th rank, they are definitely stronger than the elite troops. No matter what, at the very least, it's at the tier 4 level. Create another 10 laser weapon matches. After seeing the power of the laser weapon match, Jiang Li immediately opened the Dominator panel and used another 15 million energy points to make 10 perfected stage laser weapon matches. A minute later, creation complete. A notification appeared. Sure. 10 people appeared in front of Jiang Li. They were all laser weapon matches. They were all wearing black sunglasses and standing in a straight line. My lord. Jiang Li. They saluted Jiang Li and shouted in unison. Yes. Okay, Jiang Li nodded with satisfaction. Go and meet the other laser weapon matches. Yes. They nodded. Half an hour later, they had searched all the resources in the city, but they still couldn't find any lower spiritual crystals. As Jiang Li had guessed, Chris had taken all the spiritual crystals. What a pity. Jiang Li felt a bit regretful. Buzz. Immediately after, Jiang Li converted all the herbs and spirit herbs. White light flashed. All the herbs and spirit herbs disappeared. Sure. Conversion successful. You've received 980,000 energy points. He didn't get more than 1 million energy points this time. It was even less than the energy points he got in Black Demon City. Jiang Li shook his head and closed all the interfaces. Let's head out to the next Demon City. Jiang Li said. Yes. The soldiers responded. The entire army set off once again, leaving the Demon City. The human army led the way, and the marching formation was activated, rushing to the nearest Demon City at the fastest speed possible. At this moment, Jiang Li's human army had been reduced from 400,000 to 300,000. Many of the 100,000 soldiers were killed, and some were too injured to fight anymore. Both of them accounted for a certain proportion. However, Jiang Li's number of walking puppets had reached 200,000 without him knowing, which made up for the lack of human soldiers. In addition, Jiang Li had more than 500,000 matches. It still reached 1 million. However, the remaining 300,000 human warriors could already be counted as elite warriors. After taking a large number of blood-refining pills, their powers had all been improved to a certain extent. Every human soldier was a peak-stage elementary-level martial artist. Many of them had condensed internal force and reached the early stage of level 1. There were also many commanders who had broken through to level 2. Jiang Li didn't count them, so he didn't know the number of level 1 and level 2 human soldiers. Very quickly, Jiang Li had arrived at the 3rd Demon City of the Black Dungeon County. Without thinking too much, Jiang Li ordered the whole army to charge and attack the Demon City. Boom. Boom. The 20 laser weapon match fired at the Demon City in front of them. The blue light from the laser cannons filled the sky and was extremely dazzling. Rumble. The earth was shaking. The city wall collapsed. The war broke out. Ah. A large number of demon soldiers cried out in pain. It could be said that they were directly beaten into a daze, and they didn't even have the chance to react. The 20 laser cannons had even killed thousands of demon soldiers. After that, Jiang Li's army entered the city one after another. More than 10 minutes passed. The demon city was taken by Jiang Li and tens of thousands of demon soldiers were killed. The blood-refining formation was activated and the bodies of the demon soldiers were turned into blood-refining pills. These blood refinement pills aren't normal either. Luo Yuan was holding a blood refinement pill in her hand. There were black patterns on it. Also, these demon soldiers are too weak. This demon city must also have a devil's clone. I estimate that all 7 demon cities in the Black Dungeon Prefecture have devil's avatars, and the real body of the devil is definitely hidden in the city. In that case, we'll definitely have to face that demon in the end. This buy-in. That's a tier 4 existence. Luo Ming and the others were discussing. In the center of the city. Let's go. Jiang Li arrived with the matches. The scene in front of them was exactly the same as the previous 2 times. It was like the same plot. A large number of demons were frantically praying to the devil's clone and shouting the name of the Holy Spirit. After that, the vast black gas in the surroundings rushed into the black sculpture in a frenzy. It was all absorbed by the black sculpture, and the devil's avatar was resurrected. Jiang Li stood aside and watched. He didn't interrupt but waited quietly. He was waiting for his prey to be born, and then he would catch it. Catcher! Catcher! The black sculpture cracked. Boom! A powerful aura erupted. He, the great Chris has awakened, he. This devil's clone opened its arms and spread the wings on its back. Thick black mist spread out as it howled into the sky. Its power surged like the rolling river. Holy Spirit! Holy Spirit! After that, the surrounding demi-humans shouted in a frenzy. The Holy Spirit has awakened. Ha 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 ha. The great Holy Spirit has arrived. All these human beings are going to die. All of them are going to die. Under the great Holy Spirit's light, they will die without a burial place. The demons were shouting. Whoosh! After that, the black mist spread out and enveloped the surroundings, including all the demon dwellers. It devoured all the essence energy of these demon dwellers, and they fell down one by one. The Holy Spirit that they believed in ate them before they even attacked Jiang Li. Kill him, Jiang Li said. Yes. The perfected stage level 3 match immediately attacked the demonic avatar. What a foolish human puppeteer. How do you attack the great Chris? You overestimate yourself and are extremely foolish. I will let you taste the true meaning of despair and hopelessness. The demonic clone's tone was extremely arrogant. Whoosh! 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 The next moment, the 20 laser weapon match lined up and released laser eyes. The red laser shockwaves tore through the space and pierced through. Fut! 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 Blood splattered everywhere. Before the demonic avatar could finish its words or even make any moves, its body was pierced by the red laser shockwaves. You're so silly. The demonic clone's eyes widened and his face was filled with astonishment. He was completely unable to accept this fact. Bang! The huge body fell down and turned back into a statue. It broke into pieces and shattered into pieces of black gravel, scattering on the ground. He died in such an aggrieved manner. Why are you acting all high and mighty in front of me? Jiang Li looked at the broken stones on the ground. Holy Spirit Swan and I. No. This isn't the real Yin Luo. How did the Holy Spirit die? Heavens! Then, the surviving demons were scared silly. Buzz. Immediately after, the black stone glowed with a dark light, then it gathered together and turned into a black light spot, merging into Jiang Li's body. Acquired rank 4 Devil's Soul Tinder Fragment, 3/7. A notification appeared. 3 pills. Jiang Li smiled. I need 4 more to collect the 7 fragments and then unlock the mechanical demon spirit. I have to speed up. I'll try to finish collecting them before tonight. Half an hour later, Jiang Li finished collecting all the resources in the demon city and converted all the herbs and spirit herbs into energy points. He gained 135,800 energy points in total. The entire army set off again. They headed to the 4th demon city. Jiang Li followed his plan and took down one demon city after another. When the sun was about to set, he finally arrived at the last demon city in the Black Jail County with his army. Fog Dragon Demon City. This also meant that Jiang Li had already conquered the first 6 demon cities. As expected, he killed 6 demonic clones and captured 6 level 4 demon soul tinder fragments. He was only missing the last one in the Fog Dragon Demon City. Jiangli first asked the holographic mech to record the situation in the Fog Dragon Demon City. He looked at the holographic projection in front of him. There's something wrong with this demon city. In the projection, on top of the city wall, inside Demon City, they were all demon soldiers and humans that kept moving as if they were unconscious. They were abnormal, similar to Jiangli's walking puppets. Furthermore, their bodies were as thin as firewood, and faint black chi was rising from their bodies. There were also black vein-like patterns on their faces, which was quite strange. In other words, the entire Fog Dragon Demon City, not a single living being was left. They were all dead. Who? Jiangli took a deep breath, looked at the scene in front of him, and murmured, "It seems that the last devil's clone is not easy to deal with. It has already been revived in advance and has taken control of all the demons in the city. It has become a living dead demon that is similar to a puppet walking corpse." On the other side, in the county city of the Black Jail County, within the county, around the Zhengwang Fu, countless demon soldiers knelt on the ground and kowtowed in the direction of the regional king's mansion. Black chi gushed out of every demon soldier and demon soldier's body and surged into the regional king's mansion. Ha 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 ha. Wild laughter. Wild laughter rang out from within the mansion. After that, countless spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged forth. With the Zhengwang residence as the center, it formed a vast vortex of spiritual chi, and a black mist of light condensed. In the end, it was a huge figure that was 99 meters tall. Humanoid. Its entire body was pitch black, with black diamond-shaped scales on its wrists and ankles. It had a pair of wide wings on its back, like bat wings that had been enlarged countless times. Its face was ferocious, like a horse's, and there was a pair of spiral-shaped horns on its head. He took a closer look. There were golden runes on the body of the huge figure. They intertwined together and formed 3 chains that trapped in. Catcher. Catcher. At this moment, the 3 golden chains were gradually breaking apart under the erosion of the surrounding black gas. Every time a part of the golden chain disappeared, the aura of the huge figure grew stronger. Chapter 227 gathered. Obviously, he was breaking the shackles on his body. Roar. Suddenly, at this moment, it was a terrifying dragon's roar that resounded through the sky. Endless red light bloomed and formed a 3-clawed red dragon which pounced across the sky. No. In the sky above the regional king's mansion, the huge figure raised his head and looked at the 3-clawed red dragon that was charging towards him. He let out a furious roar, and his eyes were filled with anger and fear. It could be seen. 2 of the 3 golden talisman shackles on the huge figure had already disappeared. Only one was left. As long as the last one disappeared, he had succeeded. Boon. However, the 3-clawed red dragon had already broken through the seal of the black chi and pounced directly on the huge figure. It exploded, filling the sky with light. It was extremely dazzling, and an energy storm raged. Catcher. Catcher. On the ground, some buildings collapsed. Buzz. In the end, the huge figure turned into a black stream of light and rushed into the Zhengwang family's mansion. Then, it merged into the body of the square-faced middle-aged man. Kai Mai. I'm going to kill you. Boom. An explosion sounded. The middle-aged man flew into the sky and smashed through the ceiling of the regional king's mansion. He flew into the sky and stood in the void as endless black mist surged around him. Whoosh! The soul domain spread out. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth trembled. Just a little more. Just a little bit more. He would have broken all 3 of the golden talisman chains. He was clearly on the verge of success, just one more. Kai Mai's sudden attack had interrupted his plan. It was a futile effort. Of course, he had already broken 2 of the 3 golden talisman chains, so he could only release a part of his strength and dared to face red eyebrows. Otherwise, He had long escaped. Why would he continue to stay? You want to kill this king? In the air in front of him, Kaimai stepped on a three-clawed red dragon and arrived. The fate of the red eyebrows demon kingdom was on his body, and his body was surging with a red brilliance that was endless like a blazing sun. The might of the country was vast. Boon. 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 The ground shook. Outside the city, more than 3 million demon soldiers had arrived. The army formation was activated and endless military chi gathered, forming 3 huge army formation beasts. Grade 3 army formation. And there were 3 of them. The most important thing was, because they were personally led by Kaimai, they had the blessing of the country's fate, so the power of these 3 grade 3 military formations was increased by a level. You're so silly. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted and there was a faint sense of fear. Obviously. He had never expected that Kaimai would come with the strength of the entire country. What's the point of fighting? On the other side, Fog Dragon Demon City. Boon. 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 An explosion sounded. Jiangli didn't hesitate for too long and started the siege. First, the laser match fired their laser cannons and the blue laser cannons penetrated the city wall. Immediately after, it was a series of cannonballs. In one round, over 10,000 cannonballs were fired and the entire demon city was in the midst of a war. Rumble. The main battle tank drove towards Demon City and fired its shells. Kill. All the troops charged. The human army and the walking corpse puppets charged into the city and began to fight with the living demons in the city. These demons are already dead. Be careful. They are all living dead demons being controlled. Cut off their heads. Fuck. All the demon soldiers and citizens in the city have turned into living dead demons. Everyone was exclaiming. Inside the Fog Dragon Demon City, there were nearly 200,000 demon civilians and about 30,000 demon soldiers. All of them had become living dead demons that looked like puppet walking corpses. In other words, these undead demons could all fight. Moreover, because it was already dead and was just a living dead demon under control, it did not have the fear and would only attack madly. They are the human army. The Devil's avatar in the Fog Dragon Demon City had been revived a long time ago, and the entire Fog Dragon Demon City had become his own Devil City. All the demon soldiers and demon civilians were transformed into living dead demons by him, becoming his soldiers. This is the territory of the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom. How can there be so many human soldiers? Moreover, their weapons are too powerful. This Devil's avatar looked at the battlefield and analyzed the situation. He quickly came to a conclusion that his army of living dead demons had no chance of winning. It was only a matter of time before they were completely annihilated. One had to know. The number of human soldiers had reached 1 million, and he also saw a large number of perfected Stage 3 experts. He couldn't fight at all. The difference in strength was too great. There was no chance of winning. No, I have to leave quickly. The Devil's avatar thought to himself, while these undead demons are holding back the human army, I must quickly escape and head to the Black Jail County city to meet up with Master. Looking at the time, Master should have already broken the shackles on his body. Let's go. Buzz. This Devil's clone was very decisive. After making this decision, it immediately retreated. Black mist enveloped its body and it transformed into a black cloud as it silently fled. High up in the sky, there were 3 spherical holographic cameras that could monitor the entire Mist Dragon Demon City. They formed a holographic image and sent it to Jiangli. Chief Sovereign, we've found the target. QX-01 immediately said. Where are you? Jiangli asked. Sure. It could be seen. The holographic projection in front of Jiangli was getting closer and closer. The image became clearer and clearer. Then, Jiangli saw a black cloud escaping from the Fog Dragon Demon City from the southeast at an extremely fast speed. He's trying to escape. Stop it. Jiangli stared at the black cloud. All perfected stage level 3 mechs, go to the southeast immediately and stop the demonic clone in the Fog Dragon Demon City. We can't let him escape. One had to know. Jiangli had collected 6 level 4 Devil's Soul Tinder shards and was only missing 1. He didn't want to waste all his efforts. Yes. 100 liquid metal mechs, 10 exoskeleton armor mechs, and 5 elite troops charged at the fastest speed, chasing after the Devil's avatar in the Fog Dragon Demon City. Shua. 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 100 liquid metal mechs and 10 exoskeleton armor mechs rushed out of the battlefield. They were extremely fast and jumped from house to house like silver lightning. Boon. Boon. The 5 elite soldiers were too big and there were too many buildings in the city. It was not easy to move forward, so they activated their skills and directly destroyed the buildings in front of them. It was like demolishing a building with brute force. I've been discovered so quickly. The Fog Dragon Demon City's Devil Avatar heard the commotion and immediately turned around. He discovered the large number of pursuers behind him. His pupils contracted and he increased his speed. Although the mechs were not slow, they could not fly since they were from the army. Naturally, they were not as fast as the Devil's doppelgangers. The Fog Dragon Demon City's Devil Avatar was running further and further away. If this continued, he would probably lose her. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the 20 laser weapon mechs locked onto the Devil's Avatar with their laser sniper rifles and pulled the trigger. In that instant, it was 20 laser beams that cut through the night sky. They were bright blue and contained extremely terrifying energy and penetrating power. It directly shot towards the Fog Dragon Demon City's Devil Avatar. The Devil's clone's pupils contracted. Whoosh! After that, his aura soared. A vast amount of black chi gushed out and exploded with all his power. The power was extremely strong, almost reaching the 4th rank, forming a terrifying pressure and domain. Obviously, the strength of this Devil's Avatar was stronger than the previous 6. Shua. 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 It could be seen. The speed of the abomination seemed to have reached an extreme. It was like lightning, constantly moving left, right, up, and down in the air, as if it was constantly flashing. He had actually dodged the laser beams. The laser beams that were dodged landed on the ground below and exploded, filling the sky with light and creating huge pits. Ah! Bang! However, there were a total of 20 laser beams, but the abomination only managed to dodge 15 of them. 5 of the laser beams hit him. The black gas exploded. The demon's avatar was blasted away by 5 laser beams and fell from the sky, smashing through buildings and plowing a trench in the ground. Phut! The Devil's clone coughed up blood and was injured. Kill. 100 liquid metal mechs and 10 exoskeleton armor mechs caught up and formed an encirclement, trapping the Devil's avatar and killing it. Ah! Die! The demonic avatar roared and unleashed all its power. Then, it spat out a black beam of light that pierced through the chest of a liquid metal mech. There was a huge hole. Drip drop. The liquid metal mech's wound seemed to have been melted by the high temperature. It turned into a red liquid and fell on the ground, creating a dig pit. The damage level immediately rose to 50%. However, the wounds of the liquid metal mech were gradually healing. Ying Luo didn't die. The demonic clone's eyes widened and his face was filled with fear. Shua. The next moment, he immediately soared into the air, wanting to escape. Psionic heavy sword slash. Clang. The 5 elite soldiers rushed over and used their strongest power. 200-meter-long sword energies and 3 huge spear energies attacked at the same time. Ah! Boon! The domain of the Devil's avatar was directly broken. With a scream, its huge body was sent flying, and black blood splashed. He fell from the sky, heavily injured. Boon! 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 10 exoskeleton armor mechs fell from the sky and smashed down with their huge iron fists. The demon's eyes widened in fear. Bang! His head had exploded. Catcher! Catcher! The body split into pieces and turned back into a statue, shattering into pieces of black gravel. Who tilde tilde who tilde who tilde. Jiangli was relieved. At the same time, With the death of this demonic avatar, all the living and dead demons in the Fog Dragon Demon City fell. Buzz. Immediately after, the black stone glowed with black light and merged into a black spot of light that entered Jiangli's body. Acquired Devil's Soul Tinder Fragment, 7 sevens. I've finally gathered all 7 fragments. Jiangli looked at the notification that appeared in front of him and smiled.